Yay-haw! All right, all right, all right. Crickets. I should get I have crickets somewhere. Hold on. Crickets. Nope. Nope. That's kind of crickets. I feel like I'm in the Texas range, the Longhorn Range. Welcome to the show. Welcome. This is the second week in a row where we're covering Hollywood stars because they are slowly or have already morphed into self-help and wellness gurus. So we can't ignore Hollywood, even when Hollywood is Texas, in this case, with Matthew McConaughey, the studliest stud to ever stud in the state of Texas. I have to say, I've been a fan, I guess, sort of. Let me move my table, hold on. Of his work, especially How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Classic, you know. Kate Hudson and Matthew McConaughey. He plays the same character in basically every movie. Now, some people who are big fans will be like, that's not true. He was, the guy in the Dallas Buyers Club, which was a, totally different story than How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. You're right. However, every other role he plays is like, even in Dazed and Confused, which is the famous one where he started his career, he's like, the stoner. It's like the same cadence, the same voice. He's just like a hot dude, according to standards of, the world. I didn't make the rules, okay? But I really do think it's sort of like an Ashton Kutcher situation where Ashton Kutcher was like in the mall, got discovered because he was good looking, and then somehow made it big. At least that's the story I've heard. Maybe we should look into that. But it seems like Matthew McConaughey had ambitions in acting, and he was sort of proactive in getting things done from what I've read today. But, that's basically all you need to know to be a guru, is to have one piece of advice, which is go for it. Don't hold back. Follow your dreams. And that's where we're at with Matthew McConaughey. So we have a lot to talk about. Basically, it starts with a mastermind, and thank you. I was asking for you. Steven's in the house. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold on, let me get my song. Oh, we got Diet Coca-Cola and Twix bars. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, it's gonna be a good stream now. And it's gonna be a good stream. Yeah. Okay, so on that note, let me have a chuggy chug of my Diet Coke. That was a secret run to the store because I was like, I really want a Diet Coke. And guess who delivered? I am delivered. Okay. And also, if you're a member, you will now see, if you didn't see the announcement earlier, you have a new emote that is a hat. So perfect for what we're talking about today. Okay, so other than, famous actor, A-list actor, has over 7.4 million followers on Instagram. It seems like Matthew McConaughey also has political ambitions. He's been dipping his toe into some political activism. And you'll see in some of his videos that we'll watch, he is interested in politics. He's a very pro-America, that style. Not the, I don't think he's I don't know if he's a Republican. Actually, I have no idea. I think he's a Democrat, but I'm not sure. Just given his stance on gun control, and he did an interview early on in the pandemic with Fauci. So I would be surprised if he was a Republican, but who knows? But he definitely dips his toe, and he has some of his videos with like an obvious American flag behind him. So it's sort of funny. But we're going to work backwards. We're going to start with the most recent thing that is like what we need to focus on today because it's pressing. And then we'll work our way back to how do we get here? How did Matthew McConaughey become a guru? Why is he like a motivational speaker now? Are his motivational speeches actually any good? He has a book, of course, as every guru does, and a journal. Okay, who doesn't have a journal these days? And we're going to see what his lessons are. Now, if you saw the description, hashtag soul cash, Okay, that's a little preview, a little, what do you call it? Forward? What's it when you say it's like I don't know. It's a little preview. And finding the green lights in your life. Those are his two big, like, choose joys, if you will. His made for more slogans in his career. Okay, so let's go over here. So this is what is happening. This is what brought me straight away. Now, I will say, again, if you search like motivational speech there's like Denzel Washington is up there, Will Smith is up there, and then Matthew McConaughey. So if you search, at least in my search on YouTube, those are like the number one, on Jim Carrey too, are like, if you just search, not with a name, but just like motivational speeches for anything, motivational speeches for kids, motivational speeches for teens, for getting out of bed, whatever. Mel Robbins is like, my whole career is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're just taking it from me. But yeah, he's been there for a while now. He does these like college graduation speeches, these commencement speeches that, are supposed to be awe-inspiring. And I don't know, when I listened to a couple of them back before I had converted away from self-help. So I would love to hear some again and actually go, was that a magical, amazing speech, or was that just the privileged, rich man talking on a stage? Anyways, let's start here. So if you're not living, are you even living? Well, there's no G's in Matthew McConaughey's life. Also, he calls himself McConaughey in the third person unironically, so just fair warning. Okay, so this is a website. It's called Art of Livin' Event, and if you look at it all together, it's a very difficult word because it like looks like Art of Livine event, but I guess when it's spaced out, it looks normal. It says McConaughey presents. Okay, like I said, he calls himself that. First ever free virtual live event, Monday, April 24th at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So, don't have a job. Don't be at work. Just listen to the living words of McConaughey. It's called The Art of Living Virtual Live Event. Because it's time to stop settling and start living. It's time to become the person you are meant to be. One of my favorite tropes in self-help, that you are not currently the person that you are, that you need to become the person you are meant to become when you were designed here on earth and beyond. Like, they all say this in some capacity, like live up to your potential has now become who you are meant to become by attending class that costs $1 million. Now this is free, but I'm going to prove in like 20 seconds that free is never really free. We're going to talk about what you're giving away to go to this free class and who's actually behind it. And we're going to look at some receipts to show this tangled web, okay? Join Matthew McConaughey and special guests, all the guests we've heard of before, for this intimate, oh yes, it's very intimate, me and 1 million people on Zoom, in the sales funnel. For this intimate one-time event to create a future you can look forward to. Yes, it time. Let me zoom in so you can see I'm not just like reading this badly. Yes, it time to close the gap between where you are and where you want to be. I can't wait for Matthew McConaughey to teach me that. Okay, it's in 26 days, everyone. Get your calendars. Set your calendars. Set your Google calendars right now. Set your watches for like the longest countdown ever. Seconds. The seconds are counting. Okay, you can click the button. Heck yes, save my free seat before they're gone, because you know that they're going to be gone. They virtual seats, there's only so many. You can't, there's an arena has like 1,000 seats and Zoom has like 6. So you got to like get in there quick. Okay, and then randomly, now here's a little logo right here blended into the background that we're going to talk about shortly. It's this plus Feeding America. Now this is mastermind.com, and we're going to find out who the hell's behind that, if you didn't already know. I don't know what this means. Like if I sign up, am I donating a meal or something? I'm not sure. They don't quite explain it that I saw. And Feeding America. So 27,000 meals donated so far. By whom? We don't know. Okay, McConaughey. He only has one last name. He doesn't have a first name, but except he does here. McConaughey, actor, minister of culture. We'll talk about that again, too. I guess he's the minister of culture of Austin, Texas, or Texas. I don't know. Professor. He's at UT, which is where he went to school. And actually, I don't know if he went to school there, but he is a professor at UT and a creative director of what? Mastermind events, I guess now. Tony Robbins, familiar names. Like I said, he's the nation's top life and business strategist for over 40 years. Ugh, we love him. Tony, what do you have to say about this?
What excites me most is to see a person die.
He said it, folks. Dean Graziozi, my favorite scammer. My favorite inspirational speaker. He's a New York Times bestselling author, as is everyone else, and world-class entrepreneur. World-class. He's got a world-class scam going that he's been doing for years. Started on TV, and now it's on the internet. Marie Forleo, named thought leader of Next Generation. Not the next generation, just Next Generation, by Oprah. We all know who Oprah is. And Trent Shelton, pro NFL football player turned world-class speaker. He's not a world-class entrepreneur. This guy's a world-class speaker. Trent Shelton has been on Rachel Hollis's stages several times. He's been at the Dr. Amen brain scan clinic. He has been I think he was at Paparazzi, if I'm not mistaken. He's doing the circuit of MLMs lately, I've noticed. And I don't know, I listened to his keynote speech at Rise in 2021, when I went to it virtually, and I didn't like it. A lot of people say oh, he's good, but I feel like he doesn't tailor his speech to the audience. It's the same thing. It's very rah, I'm a football player, and it's I don't know. That doesn't I'd rather have something a little bit more tailored to entrepreneurs or women or whatever the event is. It seems like it's the same shtick. It's about when I was on the field, I worked really hard. It's just a lot of yelling, which I find to be when there's not much content in your speech, you just get into the yelling, to make it sound more exciting, that your life was so interesting. But anyways, so what exactly is happening on Monday, April 24th? Stealing your passwords to put you into a sales funnel. So what I'm going to guess here. What is McConaughey doing? Look at that man. He is pointing to this word right here. See, and you'll see him on the Texas, whatever this is, Texas, the desk of Texas. It's just that little subtle, vote for me for governor eventually. That's my prediction, which I think a lot of other people have predicted too. It's simple. A live one-day virtual event like nothing. Like I said, G's are not allowed on this sales page. Like nothing you've ever experienced. To show you the roadmap to living again. This is a I guess he did allow it. This is a coming together, a movement you and the world need right now. A chance for you to draw a line in the sand, put the last 3 years behind you. Okay, it's very specific. And shape your life with trust, joy, and a little more outlaw logic. Who's the outlaw here? Who's teaching me how to be an outlaw? Matthew McConaughey? Hollywood A-list actor, celebrity. I'm such an outlaw. Okay, interesting. It's McConaughey. All right. It's guests like Tony Robbins and Dean Graziozi. He's calling them guests, but as we will see very shortly, they are the masterminds actually of this mastermind. And McConaughey is more so a guest as to what I think is the truth here. It's 1 day, live, virtual, and free. And it's only happening once. So be cool to your future self and show up. See you there. Yeah, scamming. We be scamming. Heck yes, I'm in. Send me the link. Okay, the first of its kind. Why is McConaughey, world famous actor, world class actually, why is McConaughey doing this? After 3 years of uncertainty and losing the opportunity to live life on your terms, McConaughey, the Minister of Culture, knew it was time for a revival. That's why he's doing something he's never done before and inviting you to lock arms with him to create a more compelling future for yourself. This one-day event is about you, even though you won't say a word. It'll all be me talking to you about me. About learning to navigate the red and yellow lights in your life and finding more green lights. Probably trademarked at this point. I'm surprised there's not a TM next to that. That red and yellow lights in your life, that is like the winter that Tony Robbins talks about. The seasons of sadness, your winter seasons where you're just at home, during the recession. But the summertime, your summer season is when it's your turn and you need to come to this mastermind to get to your summer, baby. Get that summer body back now. So it's the same concept. Like sometimes there's bad things and sometimes there's good things, and I'll teach you how to have more good things. Revolutionary. All right. About waking up your soul, your passion, your hunger, and defining your more. It's either defining your more, made for more, is an example. What's your purpose? Your why. That's on every one of these effing mastermind, self-help, life coach events. Defining your more. So he's, instead of purpose or why, he's going with more, which is literally just replace, like it's Mad Libs for self-help. And it's all happening live one time only for about 3 hours with McConaughey and his powerhouse guests. So 3 hours, it's free. Okay, wonderful. Don't miss it. It's time to start living again. Excuse me. And you have another chance to click. Okay, and then you get to see these lovely people, the world-class people who are going to be here. Okay, we already talked about them. That's their pictures if you didn't see them before. Heck yes, there's so many times to click this link. Also, if you search for this Art of Living event, you'll see, and I'll show you, just take a quick second aside on Google. Art of Living event, hey, oh my God. Don't judge me for how I'm spelling that. I know it's wrong. It's a click funnel. You see right there? That is the click funnel symbol. And guess who's here? So click funnel. So we're spending some money. This is a literal sales funnel. So the fact that he's living and loving and just wanted to do this for you because of the last 3 years to get your more back, it's bullshit. This is a business. You don't pay for click funnels for I guess you could, a charity event, but like this is not what that is. Let's just, accept that at this point. Okay, what's included? Tell us, McConaughey, what's included? 1 day of live training on April 24th, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern with McConaughey, Tony Robbins, Dean Graziozi, and more awesome guests. Ooh, Marie Forleo and Trent just got kicked off of the list there. Over a dozen new ways of looking at your life to redirect your path so you can create more joy and success. Access to our private community created exclusively for the Art of Living live event. Oh, I'm sure there's not going to be major sales going on in this private community. This is the perfect place for a restart. Ready for a new beginning? Okay, this is my favorite part, like the before and after. This is something Jay Shetty does a lot. It's like before Jay Shetty, everyone, 100% of people, miserable and depressed. After Jay Shetty courses, 100% of people have report happiness beyond any measurable amount ever seen before. Like, okay. Also, here's another soundbite that I think is a new one. That's from the life coach is actually broke. Here's another one.
I couldn't tell the difference between salsa and Cocoa Pebbles.
Crisis. Go to this event. You can learn the difference between Cocoa Pebbles and salsa. Before this event, feeling like the goalposts keep moving on you. This is so, it's ridiculous, this thing so far. Okay. The goalposts keep moving on you. Driving fast without a GPS. Stuck in limbo after last 3 years. held back by too many red and yellow lights. After this 3-hour event that's free on the internet, certainty on what you want and how to get it. Can you imagine? I wish. Clear roadmap to achieving your more. Fueled up and driving full speed with real joy. Catching more green lights in your life. I love how green lights is capitalized. That's the name of his book, Green Light. Green Lights. That's his memoir / self-help book. Okay, and at the bottom, if you will look here closely, the Art of Living virtual live event. Okay, 2023, Mind Mint LLC in partnership with Barefoot Money Inc. Okay, Barefoot Money Inc. is Matthew McConaughey's business. He's had it since like the 90s, and it's been associated with his political aspirations because he hired like a PR firm in DC when he was on this like Washington tour, and they specifically, I mean, I could looked it up already in the corporate, documents, but they, even in the press, know that it's associated with him. So he is associated, Barefoot Money Inc. I guess that's how he, funnels his side projects. But Mind Mint LLC, let's take a look. Let's take a gander at Mind Mint. Oh, thank you, Lady Vixen. Thank you so much. Okay, Lady Vixen says, excuse me, the more I think about it, the more I realize he was destined for this path. It completely suits him. Some people are born on this earth and they really think no matter what they do that they are exceptional. Some people think that and aren't exceptional. Some people think that and do turn out to be exceptional. And I think he's one of those cases. I think either way, he was going to feel this way about himself. And it just turned out that he did become successful. So that's the vibe I get. I could be wrong, but that's the vibe I get. He was like, no matter what, I'm going to be a life coach at the very least. And now he's a life coach to the masses because he has actually achieved a lot. So for that I say,
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
it's the only way to see things, my way or wrongly. Also, Kitty, you want to say hi? Come on. No? Maybe? Okay, anyways, so let's look up, thank you, Lady Vixen, I appreciate that. Tara says, she's got her paws crossed and she's like, no, I'm not coming up there. Sorry, Mom. Okay, let me pull up the Google. So at first I thought it was a fitness company of this random woman. And I was like, that's weird. Why would this random woman who does like stretching yoga, holistic centered fitness be involved in this? But then turns out, no, alas. This one is from Scottsdale. Hold on. The Open Corporates, that's the one. Here we go. Okay, Mind Mint LLC since 2018. Here are the directors. Enter BBG Enterprises, Cogency Global, Dean Graziozi. There we go. Here's the ticket right here. So it's actually Dean Graziozi partnered with Matthew McConaughey, even though they're making it seem like Matthew McConaughey just did this out of the kindness of his heart because he wants to help you, post-pandemic and find green lights in your life. It's actually the other way around. So there you go. So that's the secrets here. And let's go to their bottom. Terms of service. Okay, this is not going to be a long time, promise. Here's the URL. Isn't it hard to read? artoflivinglife.com. Okay, so basically they're saying that this is what it is. Welcome to artoflivinglife.com, a combined initiative of Barefoot Money and Mind Mint LLC. So Matthew McConaughey and Dean Graziozi decided to come together. And now it's going to be referred to as Mastermind. Okay, so all of a sudden, then it's like the use of artofliving.com or www.mastermind.com is maintained by Barefoot Money and Mind Inc. Okay, so then they talk just basic stuff about different disputes and da-da-da-da-da. But basically, you are going to be inundated with emails and such from mastermind.com. And if you sign up for the free trial, which you may think is associated with Matthew McConaughey trying to help you, heal your problems and fix your life since the last 3 years, you have to cancel by emailing support@mastermind.com. So it says, if you do not want to continue your subscription after your free trial comes to an end, you must contact us at least 24 hours before your trial period ends by submitting a cancellation request to us via our support email, support@mastermind.com. So you have to pay. So basically, you have to make sure that you're not confusing all these different websites, all these different LLCs, and that if you just want to learn for 3 hours, you got to make sure that you're protecting your email and not then clicking into something later and paying, and now you're stuck into a subscription for the rest of your life. And here's the website. Here's that logo I was telling you about, mastermind.com. Who's on this website? Who is in charge of this? It's called The New Way to Sell What You Know Online. Look who it is. Our buddies, Dean Graziozi and Tony Robbins. The plot thickens. Now, why, other than money, which is the obvious, why in the world is Matthew McConaughey associating in any capacity with these gurus, okay, to say it nicely, and scammers, predatory sales pitchmen at all? To me, if Matthew McConaughey was to ever run for office, he has gone 17 places down the ballot for me to be associated with them in such a strong way. And it's also like, he's really pushing this, by the way. If you go to Matthew McConaughey's Instagram, here you go. Okay, he's got 7.4 million followers, right? This is what he has as his bio link right now. Like the only thing, it's not a link tree. It is literally the only thing that's there. So if you click on it, just so you can see, it takes you right to this scam ass website, which is a ClickFunnels. Again, it just disappoints me. He must be making a lot of money, because it's not acceptable to me. Like, that's not acceptable. Like, you still need to have integrity, especially if you're going to go into politics, which is a public service, I believe. I mean, in reality, what politics is not public service. But in a utopia that I imagine in my dreams as I sleep at night, or lack thereof, you would have integrity and want to be in a political office for the greater good, not for your own ego and for money, obviously. Okay, but I just wanted to show that. We're going to come back to his Instagram, but I want to also go to his YouTube, because this is the same video, and it's pinned, okay, to the top, has 103,000 likes. So now you got to think. We're going to go onto YouTube, watch this now, because I can pause it and stuff. You got to think, okay, almost 8 million subs or followers on Instagram, 100,000 likes on just this post that he's talking about the mastermind. That's going to funnel so many unsuspecting people to Tony Robbins and Dean Graziozi into their grubby hands into the sales funnel of death. I'm just saying. That's why he's putting people that are vulnerable, most likely, or people who are just sad or in a bad place, because that ad copy was written for people who are in a bad place or a downward place, a yellow or a red light place, and is his vocabulary. And then he's delivering them to the Pied Piper. Like, here you go, take them into the forest and do what you will. It's not my business. It's like, why? Why are you doing this? Money, I think, or fame, or I don't know what. But let's go to his YouTube, and then we'll watch his ad, which I have not seen yet. So I am actually really interested to hear what he has to say about this event. And it's going to be delivered in a very Matthew McConaughey way, I believe. But I did not watch it purposely, so I could live react to you, with you, my fellow Americans. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is his YouTube page, and we can see the theme, right? Because every red light eventually turns green, unless it's broken and it just falls onto the street and kills somebody in a hurricane or something. Okay, it's only 41 seconds. So we know it's going to be all-encompassing. Okay, it's got 43,000 views. It was posted 2 days ago. It has the link and it has the hashtag, okay? And it's got 72 comments. First one being, Matthew McConaughey is the man. True. Okay. Rachel says, hi, Matthew. I just read about this to find out more, and it sounds very cool. Sending lots of love from Australia. So hyped for this. This man speaks poetry. Okay, whatever. So it's seemingly pretty positive. All right, here we go. Tell us, Matthew, what do we need to know?
No, thank you. One last time. Man, my family thought I was off my rocker. I remember my brothers called an intervention. They said, what is your major malfunction, little brother? I wondered if they were right. But I had to admit to myself.
Okay, where the fuck are you? Are you in a studio set? Obviously, this is a studio. This is not really a Texas mobile home Airstream that he's in, but it is designed to look like that. So he can deliver this 40-second soliloquy, monologue. Okay. He's got the green egg behind him, or a variation of that. This is like this is what rich people think camping is. Like, all of this stuff is like, an Airstream is like so expensive. A green egg is so expensive. You wouldn't have like chairs like that. He's got a surfboard, expensive. He's got like probably the world's best bongo. I don't know why is this here? He's got a whole desk, and he's got a fire that's burning his ass behind him. Why? Green light, surfboard. This is cringe. I'm sorry. What is hanging up? Pelts? Hey, can you go grab my pelt from the coat rack, please, on our camping trip? Like, what is going on? Is this something he's done before? Is this specifically like written and created by Dean Graziozi? They're like, we need an ad. Okay, we'll put him in all like the sound stage where like we'll fill it with McConaughey style props, and he'll just wing it. Okay, sorry. Can we just start over for a second? It's short. I missed it all. I missed this whole entire point so far.
No, thank you. One last time. Man, my family thought I was off my rocker. I remember my brothers called an intervention. They said, what is your major malfunction, little brother? I wondered if they were right. But I had to admit to myself, I couldn't waver from my decision. Why? I had to find out.
What in the hell? That was cryptic as frick. Okay, hold on. So there's text on screen, which is unrelated to what he's saying, I guess. So I guess this is like the appeal. This is another thing that a lot of self-help people say in their motivational speeches. Your family members probably think you're crazy for coming here and caring about yourself, but everyone in this room, your new community that we're going to develop here for $1 million a day, they understand your compassion and passion for entrepreneurship and personal development. Your family members who are actually concerned and have, vested interest in your life, unlike myself, those people don't understand anything. I understand as your guru that you should be here and spend all of your money, go all in and play out hard, or play all out, play full out at this event. And they just don't understand. If your sister doesn't support this, then cut them off. Like, that is like a trope too, because a lot of people, I think, come into these things hesitant because they've told somebody who is probably a little bit more skeptical or cynical about, self-help, rightfully so, I think, and they've told them, like, I don't think that's a good idea. So they have to make sure that they're telling you, oh, that person's a hater and they don't have your best interest at heart. I do. Pay me $10,000. So that's the vibe. He's like, my family thought I was crazy, but I know I was smart for signing up for mastermind.com auto renewal subscriptions in April. Okay, so it says McConaughey 92. Okay, that's not when he was born, so I guess he wrote this poem or something in 92. I also love the fire that's obviously like fake or something. He's got a remote for the fire. If you're trying to make this look real, move the remote fireplace device next to you. Okay, excuse me. That Diet Coke's making me gassy. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, hold on. I'm getting gassy. Clear, clear, clear. Okay. I had to find out, in quotes. Okay. This is also his like signature style. He likes to have these graphics pop up in this like old school font. Okay. So he does this little finger thing. Okay. Pointing. I love how he went back and forth to the camera for no reason. There's no reason to have two cameras here at all. But he's directing himself back and forth for no reason. Here it is. Oh, back to you. And we're at the desk, I guess. We're sitting at, our POV is sitting behind the desk in the desert next to the surfing lodge. Oh, back to it. Okay. He's got to find out. Find out. Art of Living, event.com, 424. Okay, cool. Cool. That is so normal and so great. I love how there was no, like, did they scrub all the negative comments? That's got to be, somebody out there has got to say cringe, right? Like, this is cringe, everybody. Interesting. Okay. So that is basically it. That is the gist, not it. That's not the whole, bye everybody, in case time for you to sing. No, that is the event. Now, there's not much information other than that because, you know, none of this shit is actually interesting. So 3 hours, you're going to hear from Tony, Dean, Matthew, Trent, and Marie Forleo. So 5 people in 3 hours. You're not going to get very much. It's probably, everyone's going to be at home in their little studios. Maybe they're even pre-recorded, honestly. This might even be a pre-recorded event. You would have no idea because they're probably not going to do a Q&A in 3 hours with that many people and that many speakers. So it's probably going to be, you know, put your email in. Actually, let's click it. I remember clicking. Okay, I wanted to sign up. Okay, so hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back to the beginning. Apparently, he's also a singer in some capacity. He did a song about Texas that I saw today. It was more like spoken word, but they all got singing careers too. Okay, so I clicked the button, like join here. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you that this is legit. Heck yes. Click. Okay. Submit your info below to join the free Art of Living virtual event. Okay. Full name, best email, optional phone number, even though there's an asterisk there. Okay. And I can join. It'll send me a private link to my email. But it says at the bottom, very important, by providing your information, you agree to allow Mind Mint LLC, which again is Dean Graziozi Associated Company, and it's affiliated companies. So anything Dean Graziozi is affiliated with, apparently, is good to go. So you agree to allow the Mind Mint LLC and its affiliated companies the right to contact you via email or text. So if you put your phone number, you're going to also be texted probably nonstop for the rest of your life. You grant this permission even if on Do Not Call registry. You also agree to the company's terms of service and privacy statement. Okay, we already looked at the terms of service, but let's just go quickly. Privacy settings, privacy policy. Okay, so there's 2 types of info that they obtain from you. Non-personal information that's collected automatically, so that's like cookies, looking at your device, whatever. And personal information that you voluntarily provide us. Now, here's my other thing. Third parties. Okay. I think there was some information, I believe, that you were agreeing to, like, if you don't want us to collect this type of information, don't provide it. So basically, like, if you don't want us to email you, then don't. Let me see. Sorry, I read a lot of this stuff today. So I won't say it explicitly, but I'm almost, okay, wait, here it is. Sharing information with others, who and why. Here it is, okay. We may share your information, including personal information, with our vendors and other third parties with whom we have a contractual relationship. Okay, so that's anyone that wants to buy your data, I would imagine, to me, would be a contractual relationship. Examples of this category of third parties with whom we share information and with why include the vendors from whom we obtain technology and infrastructure services to host our online mobile resources, perform credit card processing, API integration, and data analytics service. Okay, fine. No problems with that, really. I don't like it, but that's like typical behavior. We also may share your information, including personal information, with vendors who provide third-party software services that you have chosen to assist you with your sales funnels. So I have to have a sales funnel to be able to live in life better? Sales funneling? Like, when did I get a sales funnel all of a sudden? We do our best to disclose only the information each of those parties need. We do our best. We might just slip and fall and give them your entire DNA, but it's not our fault. We do our best to make sure we don't do that. Okay, bullshit. Anyway, so basically you sign up for that. You're, giving your life away to Dean Graziozi and Tony Robbins. And who has ever benefited from that? Matthew McConaughey. That too. Okay. So while we're on Matthew McConaughey's his YouTube, let's go back to his Instagram for a second. I want to give you a style, an idea of his delivery. You already got a preview again of his delivery style, his sort of cringeness. But this is his page, and he does a lot of my son. Here's me with a hat outside my mansion. He's got a place in Hawaii now. He's got a place in Texas now. He's living the good life. Let's just say he's living the good life. But he'll also throw in these little nuggets, these little moments of philosophy for you. And most of them, from what I've seen, the requirement for one of these is that the background has to be obnoxiously loud while he's recording this, okay? For some reason, it's probably more authentic this way or something. And this has 715,000 likes, over 6,000 comments. Okay, here we go. What does What does McConaughey have to say to us? Okay, here it is. The obnoxiously loud background. Heard. Okay. Hashtag soul cash. All right, our first instance of soul cash. I can't wait.
My son shared a really cool thing before he went to camp. I said, "What are you hoping to get from camp?" And he said this. He goes, "Well, Popeye."
Well, Popeye? Your son calls you Popeye? I mean, his wife is Brazilian. She's American now because she became a citizen, but she's from Brazil. Would he be called, do they call their dads Popeye there? I've never heard that in my life. Popeye. Papaya. Papa, but not Popeye. Popeye. Interesting.
I just want to meet new people and do cool things. And I was like, that's about the best reason to go do something, go explore, go to camp, go wherever you're going to go travel, as I've ever heard. Why? Meet new people, do cool things. Cheers to that. I don't have a drink, but I'm going to get one. Thank you, buddy. Here's to meet new people doing cool things. My son...
That sounds eerily familiar. I hate to bring it up every 5 seconds, which I have done, and I can't stop doing it because I have so much trivia knowledge. That sounds very similar to our girl Rachel Hollis. Her life goal of doing cool shit with cool people, which lasted 1 second, and I have not heard it since. I haven't been listening to her talk at all, though, so maybe she's re-upped it recently. Yeah, so wonderful. Great insight. Thank you so much. I love it. Here's another one. This one's more Hollywood. The other one was more Texas. This is for the LA crowd. And this one has only 118,000. So it looks like the hat is more of a pull for Instagram. So 118,000 likes. This is more his Hollywood look. Vice versa. Hashtag soul cash. Hashtag green lights book. Okay, excuse me. Here we go.
We love to make a binary contradiction of what is selfish for me and what is selfless for others. What is selfish for us, what is selfless for others. I propose we don't make those a contradiction. I propose there's a place where what we do for ourselves, selfishly,
can also be what's best for the most amount of others selflessly. I propose there's a place in the decision-making paradigm that what we do that is the best for the most amount of others is also the most selfish choice for us. If we think about life as an infinite game, if you think about if we have children, if we think about the next generation, doing things to invest in their future, isn't that quite a selfish act? It is for me as a father, for my children. It is for us as parents. It is for us who have a long view, if we can tap.
He must have a waterfall or something, like right where he's recording all this. Why is it so loud? Okay, so selfishness and selflessness is the same thing, because you want your kids to have a good life, which is selfish. Not really following this logic necessarily. And one thing I'll say too is this is another self-help ism where they all say they're changing the world. They're all like world changers, life changers. Having my life coaching business is saving humanity. They change reality where they're running a profitable, hopefully, business or not for themselves and maximizing their returns on investment and having, you know, as little training as possible, as many clients as possible for as much money as possible, and somehow convince themselves that that is a noble and selfless act. So this is sort of giving people permission to say anything that they do at all is selfless. Like, I'm gonna, you know, go frack for gas because, you know, to me, that's the best thing for me and my budget. And that's selfless, really, because if I'm a total meanie because I'm poor, well, then everyone's gonna have to suffer. So you can just mental gymnastics this in any which way. So, I hear what he's saying, sort of. I don't think he's quite as eloquent as he thinks he's being here. But yeah, this is another simple, like, everything that you do, if you think it, is a good thing because it's you. And as long as you're paying me, I'll tell you that over and over and over again, so you never have to feel anything but I'm doing the best thing I've ever done. Okay, sorry, go back.
Into it of, hey, how can we leave this place a little better than we found it? It's a selfless choice is the most selfish choice, and vice versa. You know, we love to make a...
Okay, that was lacking in logic. Okay, here's one backwards hat. So we've got hair in a bun, or like a, you know, slick back LA look. We got him in a cowboy hat. Now we got him in a backwards hat. Another famous personal development style that we love so much. And as you'll see, he's got 3 green lights. That's his motto to life. He doesn't have to stop for anything. He doesn't have to slow down for anyone. He just goes, goes, goes. Okay, this one says, what choices can you make? Post your video and tag me. #choice challenge to be featured on my Instagram story. Ooh, wonderful.
Choice. What a great word. Choice. Choose. What we choose and why is a great question to ask ourselves. Because choice is not an obligation. It's not a legislation. It's not a mandate. It's not a you better or if. No, we choose it. It's an affirmative way we want to go forward. What choices can we make in our lives today? Maybe it's a sacrifice that will pay us greater rewards tomorrow. Maybe it's something that fills our bank account, but at the same time, can it be something that fills our soul's account because we did it the right way, we chose the true way for ourselves? That's the kind of choices I'm talking about that I think we can all do better at making. I'm going to choose this year to be a little more patient and listen to my kids even better than maybe I do. I know I can do better at that. What kind of choices can you make?
Choose not to go to a scam mastermind. Woohoo! Choices. Don't scam people. Don't scam people. Choose that next time. Choose sadness, actually. I should send him a video. I'm choosing sadness, and I branded my own merch. This reminds me, he reminds me of like teen boy who smoked weed for first time. And then all of a sudden they're like, you know, I've been thinking, you ever hear the word choice. Isn't that such a weird word? Wow. It's like you don't have to do it. It's not like you don't have to, but like you're choosing to, you know, man? Like, okay. It sounds really exciting and like, whoa, like you've really just unlocked something here. And in reality, it's like you're not saying anything profound. And you're literally, honestly, all I can hear is the waterfall in the background.
Investments in yourself, in your future self, how to be kind and cool to your future self. Choices that give you green lights in your future. That's the choices I'm talking about. Send me some of your choices. I'll tag it, or you tag it, at officially McConaughey and hashtag choice challenge. I'm gonna pick out my favorites and share them. And let's spread these around. Choice.
He also seems to start like looking off camera, but obviously someone's holding the phone, or he had to set it up on a tripod, which I don't think in this case, because it's like some shaking. Like, what is he like? What is that communication like? Like, you know, to his assistant or wife or kid who was ever, you know, behind the lens here. Like, okay, I'm gonna start my monologue. Okay, ready? Choice. Are you recording? Okay, let's do it again. Choice. What a weird word. So awkward. He tries to look like it's candid, like the millennial style, I guess, sort of. Millennial, like Gen Z is too aware. Like everyone in that generation, I feel like, is aware for the most part of like technology and phones and how it all works. So no one is pretending they're taking candids anymore. But I think right at the cusp of the millennial generation, candids were a thing. Like you actually could go out in public and not pre-plan an entire photo shoot for yourself. And your friend might have a digital camera or a film camera, oh my God, and take a little snapshot without you knowing. And it could be a candid moment. Or if you had a camcorder and your dad's recording and you're sitting on the couch and all of a sudden you're like, look over, you're like, oh, Dad, come on. I look good right now. Candid moment. That doesn't exist in this universe anymore. Yet here we are trying to pretend like we're having a candid moment where I'm just looking off into the distance at my waterfall that's on full blast loud speed and volume. And I'm just thinking about life and I'm looking at this camera who happens to be here turned on, ready to go, and just sharing my thoughts. I hate it because it's like, this is not real. Like at least be honest, you know, like, hey guys, it's me. I'm here on my Instagram. Like, okay, we're all doing this. You know, it's not. But he's so committed to the grift that this is all like off the dome here. What about this one? Another cowboy hat. Okay, again, cowboy hat. If I was his advisor, oh, he also does these. But to talk about these, he's like text to himself, profound text messages to himself. I would say always have a cowboy hat. If I was his social media strategist, this seems to do him well. This one, the lowest. Hats are better. Cowboy hats are supreme. That's my lesson. Yeah, backwards hats don't perform as well for you.
Christmas at our place, Christmas Day starts at about sunrise. Because the kids all get up, see if Santa came.
Who asked you? That's how Instagram is. Like, Instagram is like just people giving their thoughts, and the question is, who asked you at the end of it? Nobody, but I'm going to post about it. Chris, what do you do for Christmas? What do you do for Christmas, Matthew McConaughey? I've always wanted to know.
Christmas at our place, Christmas Day starts at about sunrise. Because the kids all get up, see if Santa came. The present opening ends at about 4:30 p.m. Why, you might ask? Well, in our family, especially my mother, quantity of gifts is much more important than quality of gifts. So we make sure to give everyone, especially my mom, many gifts. Mind you, I already told you last year, we all have to stop and watch one person open the gift and give undivided attention to that gift opening.
I'm trying to look in his glasses to see where his camera is, if it's a person or if it's a tripod.
So what we do with my mom is we'll get her...
He's got water. I think because he definitely has a new place in Hawaii, so they may be in Hawaii right now. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's got the cowboy hat in Hawaii, trying to throw you off.
Shampoo and conditioner, but you don't put those in the same box. You get a really nice wrap box with shampoo, then a really nice box with conditioner. Then you get a really nice box, maybe a Tiffany box.
can't. It looks like a child. It looks like a little child. I can't tell.
And Mom Mac goes, oh, and what's inside? Box of Q-tips. What's in another one over here? A roll of toilet paper. What's in another one over here? Oh, a Bic writing pen. What's in the one over here? 2 postage stamps. Anything we can do to spread out, because Mom Mac is most happy if she has the most presents to open. So we make sure she always has the most presents to open. She just gets a lot of toiletries.
Mom Mac. We got McConaughey and Mom Mac. Cut the camera. Cut it right after I laugh, okay? That's the sign. When I start laughing into the distance, cut the camera. Also, Cece Suarez called out Chelsea. You've been called out. You like this unironically, probably. Okay. Here, let's just look at some of his text messages. This is hashtag #McConaughey. Lewis Howes, #1. Okay, #1 fan, Lewis Howes. Last Blood Tundra, thank you. Thank you so much, as per usual. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You deserve an extra special VIP, like, commemoration at the end of the streams or something in the beginning. We're going to give, like, the members page, the Pancake Breakfast Club page, and then, like, a special shout-out page with your picture on it. Send it to me. We're going to give you green lights for the rest of your life. And for that, everyone, this is for you.
You are privileged AF.
We are all privileged AF because, I didn't even push the button when I got this earlier. Okay. I have my new soundbite.
Soda!
Sorry if that was blasting through your speakers. Should have given you a warning. Thank you, Alaska Blood Tundra. Seriously, you are the best. You're the MVP. No one has ever come close to being as cool as you are. You are living. You are living and learning. No G's required. Clear, clear, clear. And for that, I say also, thank you. And everyone, welcome to the membership. Start your engines. You got lots of emotes to use. Okay, iMessage. What's joy to you? The company you keep. Okay, very exciting. Hashtag #McConaughey. Let's see. Here's this is his real Airstream, by the way. This is a legitimate Airstream. So they recreated his real Airstream, so it seems, in that funky ass studio. For what reason, we don't know. And we'll go to his YouTube soon when he's actually talking more in depth, but these are fun.
Hey, boom. You know, I didn't know I needed it till I got it. Thank you, Vegas.
Okay, he's cooking at a table.
Hello.
Okay, and the tallest mountain on earth. Travel with McConaughey. Oh, here's his song. I don't know how much I can sing this song or play the song because, we might get copyright striked, but here's a little preview. All right.
Yeah, we got you. We got me. Folks, that makes a royale we. Now it's time to bend a knee, everybody, so we can reveal, revive, and testify.
There you go. That's all I can do. He's Methodist, by the way. He's a practicing Methodist, but he also says, I open my mind to all of the universe. So there you go. Okay, we also need to talk about this specific thing, which is his role at Salesforce, which I find to be very cringe. Not his fault necessarily, but shows me that he is very motivated by money. And as much as he likes to claim that he's like just a normal dude, barefoot and playing bongos naked and chilling and just camping and loving life, like he wants money. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm trying to get over that mindset of like anyone who wants success monetarily is an evil, bad person, because it's not true necessarily. And I think there is like the more money you have, well, not at a certain point it becomes ridiculous, but like for myself, I'm trying to like make my life less hard for myself. I get really mad at myself. I'm like, I should never ask for money. I should never like counter on like a salary because I shouldn't need it. I should just be fine. Like, I don't want to function on nothing. I'm sorry. Like, I wish we could. I wish the world was set up where no one had money. We were equal. We could just like live and be happy, but we're not. So I don't want to, minimize myself just because I have feelings that I'm like, this isn't fair for everyone. Anyways, I just think he's very motivated by the dollar and like millions and millions and millions of it. Even though he portrays himself as someone who's like pretty, down to earth and chill. So basically the story with this, Salesforce hired him as like a creative director, I guess, or some sort of mascot for the platform. And they just laid off like thousands of people, and he is still on their roster. They did not get rid of him. A random celebrity that represents the company, but they let go a lot of their actual employees. So people were pissed, and this is one of the things that he did to help Salesforce.
Hello, world. Or is it goodbye?
It seems like hope and trust are in short supply.
Oh, God. Let's actually watch it on YouTube, because that is a horrible viewing experience on Instagram. Thanks, Mark Zuckerberg. And it's like they literally, I don't know if they're trying to be like everything everywhere all at once or what, because that looks like the exact laundromat that they shot that movie in. Oscar winner, baby. Oscar winner. They're trying to capitalize on that Oscar win. Okay, here you go.
Hello, world. Or is it goodbye?
It seems like hope and trust are in short supply. Now, as businesses, we can blame and shame, or we can make a change. We can make work for our communities.
Create more equal opportunities.
Maybe, just maybe, get a bit more unity. Let's have less chaos.
Isn't this how he delivers all of his Instagrams too? Like in these poems, which is fine again, but like, where is the separation between real McConaughey and acting? I'm on a set McConaughey. I literally don't know the difference. And that always freaks me out, where it's like, no one actually knows who you are. Because I would imagine your professional version, your presenting acting, is not the same exact person you are behind the scenes. How can it be? So on social media, when you're like doing this routine, I'm like, so who are you? What type of person are you?
Cancellation and more conversation. Prioritize conservation and
empower future generations.
Let's question again what we think we know. Use our power and our people to pay back what we owe. It's time for business to show its true worth, because it's not goodbye, world. It's hello, Team Earth. Now,
hello, Team
let's get down to
Earth.
business.
TeamEarthNow.com. Okay. Let's look at that real quick. Hello, Team Earth Now. I guess the domains are running out in the world. They're really going deep for these. They're going deep in the crevices. Make Earth your business. Okay. When Earth succeeds, we all succeed. Okay, that's true. Okay. I don't know. Wonderful. Another company that's, probably most likely greenwashing. Maybe they're not, but probably. Here's an article about him, just real quick. Salesforce. He got paid $10 million for that and other appearances. A year, by the way, not just once, I don't believe. Per year. Even though, like I said, 8,000 people just lost their jobs there. I think they're in San Francisco. There you go. And again, I've talked about him briefly in passing, the Salesforce CEO. He's got a whole arc where he's a leader and he's a thought leader, and he wrote a book about his leadership style, and he wants to help the world, and he thinks that capitalism, what does he say? He's done some good things where he's like rallied, allegedly, I don't know, I need to look more into it, but he's supported tax raises for businesses to help San Francisco, which I think, okay, that's pretty good and surprising. But I also think he's trying to make it seem like, again, like how he said, like, oh, making a huge business that makes millions and millions of dollars is the best thing you can do for humanity. It's like, why? Well, because it helps me. It's like, okay, well, I guess it seems like a stretch. It says Salesforce is paying Matthew McConaughey reported $10 million a year for creative help, despite laying off 8,000 employees. Okay, does that sound fair or reasonable? No, I'm not going to buy this. Because I don't have $10 million. But it says big tech has been bleeding talent over the past 12 months with tens of thousands of people laid off. Salesforce is among them, axing 8,000 jobs in January alone. But it seems the software company is still willing to fork out for its star personnel. I guess proximity is worth something to the CEO here. Anyway, so that was a side note. Let's go to his Matthew's. I want to call him Matthew. I don't know why. His name is McConaughey. Maybe I'm trying to be a rebel. I'm not trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Here's his welcome to my channel. It's going to sound eerily similar to that ad we just watched.
All right. Yes, the first 3 words this young man ever said on film. Thank you. Yes, McConaughey here, and I want to welcome you to my YouTube channel. It's a destination where I'm going to share who I am, who I'm not, what I believe in, what I don't, what I'm doing, what I'm not doing, along with some approaches to life that I've found useful and constructive along the way. Prescriptions in the art of living that have helped me navigate this rodeo we all live in, and even a bunch of bumper stickers that I've seen, heard, gathered, and stolen along the way over my last 51 years here.
He even did the little whistle in the ad. I don't think he has a personality outside of the persona he's created. I don't think he knows, honestly.
Hopefully it's going to...
Also, we're going to talk about this sign in the background because this is another confusing sort of word, phrase that he's created.
Be all killer, no filler, with some raps and rhymes that can help you get back on time. Put a little reason to your rhyme. Some food for thought with a sip of wine. Bring your funny bone. Don't be afraid to bend a knee. And join me in the chase to be more me. With your chase to be more you. Because what else are we really here to do? Don't forget to subscribe to my channel and click the notification bell to be notified when I post a new video. Check out the links in the description and some of the projects I'm going to be working on. I am looking forward to connecting with y'all. So in the meantime and all times, just keep living.
Living. No G. Okay. I mean, I hate other things more than that. I like that there was at least a little bit of craftsmanship to that, where, you know, he had a little bit of rhyming and timing. I think it's a little weird, but, you know, could be worse. Okay. Let's see his popular ones. We Be Livin', We'll Be Livin'. A lot of his stuff on here is about acting. Okay, let's see his to-do list. This looks like guru status. He's got his puffer jacket. This is more tech guru, usually, outfit at least, than spiritual guru. But he's in place right by the loudest ever waterfall in existence. So he's ready to record. This is 7 months ago. It says, cross it off. Okay, here we go. It's a minute long. And it's titled, Matthew McConaughey, how to to-do list. How to-do list? Okay.
Here's another cool thing I love about journaling. You ever go to bed at night and you start thinking about all the stuff you got to do the next day? And
He's like, all right, start recording. Here's another thing I've been saying about journaling. Okay, got it.
Here's another cool thing I love about journaling.
Journaling.
You ever go to bed at night and you start thinking about all the stuff you got to do the next day, and it gets kind of intimidating and your brain starts going and you're having trouble getting to sleep because you're like, oh yeah, I got to do this, and this. How am I going to remember? Wait, how's my day going to flow? And then you wake up in the morning and you're like, oh yeah, I've got to do this. Write it down. The night before, write your to-do list down. Make it long. Put fun stuff on there too, like have my first cup of coffee, hug my wife, call a friend.
I will will never in my life take the time out of my precious TV watching schedule and Instagram scrolling routine to write down, have coffee in the morning. If I never wrote it down or thought about it in my life, I will be making that coffee in the morning. Hug my wife. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you found your like husband or boyfriend or girlfriend's wife, whatever, like found their notebook and it said, hug my partner? You'd be like, oh my God, I'm so hideous. They're forcing themselves to do it in the morning. They have to write it down and cross it off after they hug me. God, the torture.
Wear my favorite t-shirt. Put fun, easy stuff on
Wear
there, because
my
what's
favorite
fun
t-shirt.
is the more things you get to cross off the next day. Did it. Done. The more we feel like we accomplished, and we did. But
That journal has never been opened once. That is a crispy, closed journal.
write the list down, and you'll have so much fun crossing them off. I've got 26 things to do today. I've already crossed off 7. I got 19 more to go, and it's not even 10 a.m.
He's good at math. Okay. Thanks, McConaughey. I learned something. How to do to-do list. Write down wear favorite t-shirt. Big brain energy. Okay, do you want to know what Matthew McConaughey's least favorite word is? Okay, these are some of the good ones. I didn't watch this one, but I watched the next one. I already kind of ruined it if you saw it already, but while we watch this one, think about who you think Matthew McConaughey's favorite superhero would be. My guess would have been, I already know the answer, but my guess would have been Superman, because he seems like an all-American kind of guy, right? Let me know what you think, and then we'll reveal it after this video, which is Matthew McConaughey's least favorite word.
Unbelievable. All right, it's my least favorite word. I think we should wipe it out of the dictionary. Why? What's so unbelievable about tragedy, about triumph, about people that raise us up or let us down? It happens every single day. We shouldn't think that the most beautiful sunset or the greatest play or the greatest love of our life or the greatest moment of euphoria is unbelievable. Believe it. It's happening right in front of you, in you. We shouldn't feel like the greatest tragedy of death or earthquakes or natural disasters or loss is unbelievable. It's part of life too. Believe it. We see it happen every day. So, unbelievable. I don't buy it. Awesome. Horrible. Incredible. I believe those. That's a good way to explain things. But unbelievable? Nah. It just happened. Believe it.
Believe it. Believe it. I don't disagree necessarily. I think, okay, cool point. Does it need a video? Do I give you all my money now? Like, I don't know. Weird. Okay. So the big reveal. Hold on. We have the drum roll. Damn it. Do I have the drum roll? No. Do I? Nope. I have a drum roll that I need to add to this soundboard. I have it for my editing. Drum roll, please. I'll do my own. Matthew McConaughey, the McConaughey's favorite superhero is, hold on, I gotta go back to popular, is to be revealed right now.
Yeah, as far as superheroes go, man, my favorite's always been the Incredible Hulk. Why? He's got such a great constitution. What do I mean by that? He's never looking for trouble.
Why are you recording this when the garbage truck is literally backing up into your house to take the garbage to the dump, sir? Can you wait 5 seconds? This video is only 40 seconds long. Could you have waited? Like, okay, yeah, you know what? I always thought about superheroes? We gotta record this now. There's no waiting. Get it on the internet immediately.
If you mess with the Hulk once, he's like, no thank you, I'm not looking for trouble. You mess with him twice, he's like, I said, please, don't do that. I don't want to get angry. But you mess with him 3 times, it's game over. He turns green, gets big, and dominates the situation. He doesn't just get even, he gets way ahead. I like the 3-strike rule.
Okay, and kill the camera because he looked away off into the distance longingly as that truck dropped 20 pounds of weights on the ground. So he likes the Incredible Hulk because you mess with him 3 times then he's going to get mad and dominate you. Okay. Where's the lesson in that? I don't know. But I thought it was interesting. I thought that was an interesting choice. And it also reminded me of another Austin Powers reference where Will Ferrell is the Fez, I think his name is, in the character. He's like, damn, you have to ask me 3 times and I'll tell you. And then he falls off the cliff. He's like, I'm still alive, but my ankle's very badly broken. I don't know what nationality he's supposed to be, so I'm sorry. That was probably offensive, but I didn't mean it like that. I was just imitating the Austin Powers character, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's look at one more. And maybe this is his first. Okay, this is his first or his first post, I believe. It's called Keeping the High Eye. That sounds maybe like something that's self-helpy. And then we'll move on to his actual I don't know, the articles about him. All right, here we go. Keeping the High Eye. Matthew McConaughey.
When people come to my page, I want them to see me. Look, this is my first venture into sharing myself and my views with the world, and I'm a little bit nervous about it because, quite frankly, I know I want to have a monologue. I'm not sure I want to have the dialogue, but I've learned that you got to have the dialogue to have the monologue, just as you have to have a monologue to have the dialogue. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to sharing who I am with you.
Okay, we need to watch the I haven't watched in a while just because it's like they're as long as my streams are, so I can only handle my own recently. But H3 podcast did a reaction to this when it came out. It was so funny. I remember. So maybe we can watch that real quick because I remember just dying laughing.
Forward to seeing if who I am translates, if what I want to share translates, if it tickles your funny bone, if it makes you think a second. Makes your heart swell up a little bit. If it makes you take a quiet moment for a walk and go, I got to check in with the M and the E. Hopefully all those things. Let's have some fun with it though, and let's keep the high eye, not the low eye. High eye.
Okay. That was his first attempt at coming on YouTube. Very odd style. He wants to be a deep thinker, someone who is considered philosophical and caring, and I don't think it's translating fully. But hold on, we gotta watch H3's. I think it's short. They've done a lot. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see their take. This is old school H3. They're talking about him generally. Let's see if anything has changed.
Chapter 1. He says, officially McConaughey. Here we go, baby. Here we go.
This is very meta.
Yeah.
Born November the 4th, 1969. Got my dad's name the very same day, but not until I turned 50 today did I become officially McConaughey. That's my Instagram handle. See you there.
So, again, it's like, these guys, why is he trying so hard? Like, they just don't get it. You're not here to do monologues and it
was a little haiku.
It's not, there's nothing authentic about that.
It's like shot.
So I guess that was his coming out to Instagram. But, I mean, he's got almost 8 million Instagram followers, so I guess it did work in some capacity. Okay, here's him watching the one we just watched.
When people come to my page, I want them to see me. Look, this is my first venture into sharing myself and my views with the world, and I'm a little bit nervous about it because, quite frankly, I know I want to have a monologue. I'm not sure I want to have the dialogue. But I've learned that you got to have the dialogue
That
to
fade.
have the monologue.
Yeah,
just
really
as you have
gets
to have
me.
the monologue to have
I'll break
the dialogue. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to sharing who I am with you. I'm looking forward to seeing if who I am translates, if what I want to share translates.
It doesn't.
If it tickles your funny bone, if it makes you think a second, makes your heart swell up a little bit, if it makes you take a quiet moment for a walk and go, I got to check in with it.
I just remember the laugh being like the cringe part.
Hopefully all those things. Let's have some fun with it though, and let's keep the high eye, not the low eye. High eye.
What?
I like that.
It's crazy. It's like the same video
That was
15
my first
years
time
later.
saying it, and holy shit, that delivered.
Dude.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I remember them doing like a whole video about it. It's taking too much time. It's funny. Wait, actually, hold on.
Raw me.
Yeah.
And so
Hold on.
this video has a lot of cuts in it and a lot of crossfades on the audio. That's
I remember
the
them
only
like
time you
breaking
look
it
at
down.
the camera. Dude, he laughed so hard at that, bro, that it made me uncomfortable. And like, he's not looking at the camera. He's looking at, that's the only time you look at the camera.
Dialogue. But I've
So
learned
there's the cut, and crossfade.
I don't know. I just remember watching this like analysis of every second
And
of that
now
video.
Which is so awful.
Okay, anyways. And H3 is like a podcast that H3 podcast. They used to have a channel H3 that was like, I don't know, like goofy videos, but some reaction videos that are pretty funny. And it's kind of like political now. And like here, I don't, like I said, I don't watch it as much anymore, but they have some funny stuff, especially back in the day. There's this one that they did about this guy who pretended to be on Ellen. Oh my God, so funny. Okay, so let's go to who he is, the green light stuff. Let's read an article that I pulled up. Pull up the articles. Pull up the articles. Isn't that such a good song? I should have it on my Instagram and someone can record it. Okay. I have a tweet. Okay, yeah. Did I already do this one? Oh yeah, we did this one. Soul Cash. So Soul Cash is like his currency, or what he wants to pretend is like his currency, and what we're all trying to, I don't know, like get in life. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, hold on. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I'm letting this go off the rails. I have like 400 things brought up. Actually, let's take a second. We'll go to his nonprofit. That sign that I said was in the background. It was like the neon sign. It stands for Just Keep Living. Again, no G. And it sounds like a good organization, seemingly, that he runs out in Texas. And, well, not just Texas, there's other places. Inner city high schools. It's like a wellness program, and it's supposed to be about doing physical fitness. It was started by Camilla and Matthew McConaughey. It's dedicated to empower high school students by providing them with the tools to lead active lives and make healthy choices for a better future. So he's got a separate YouTube. He's got a separate like social media platform for this nonprofit that he runs with his wife. And I don't know if he does stuff with like the political stuff is done through this or what. But they got a Salesforce, and Salesforce is a company. We just talked about it, but it's a company that's like it's like a sales funnel thing too, I guess. It's like more expensive and it's more geared towards larger companies and nonprofits. You can get like certified in it. It's like a funnel, but it's, I don't know. That's all I know about it, to be honest. Here's his wife. She's, like I said, the Brazilian model. They got 2 kids. They're like teen age. And I'm not sure exactly. It's a little bit all over the place, like what this organization sort of does, other than physical fitness support for teens. The point, though, was the living symbol. And he had Guy Fieri explaining things. So here's a video that he did talking about Just Keep Living Foundation. And that's his dad. The silhouette is his dad.
Hey, thanks for coming and checking us out on the Just Keep Living Foundation website. Today, I'm here with my friend Guy Fieri. We've been cooking on Guy's Big Bite. Been tearing it up. We've been cooking a whole bunch of good stuff. One of the things that we want to do through the foundation is teach kids and their families how to cook and eat healthy on a budget. Guy's going to take us through a basic 3 meals you can have. He's going to start off with breakfast.
Ham on a
tell you
plate.
about nutrition, cook some simple things, and show you how fun it is doing it.
There's a misunderstanding that if I can buy it cheap, well, then I might as well eat that. But you know what?
I love Guy Fieri. I can't lie. I met him. I got to interview him. I have it on my Instagram, like when I first started my Instagram. And he was super nice in person. So if he ever has a scandal, I'm going to be devastated, okay? Here's Just Keep Living Foundation, JKL founder. Matthew McConaughey reflects on gratitude. Okay, here we go. Oh, and then we can listen to his commencement speech. That'll be a good thing to go towards. We can read and listen. This is a hot take also. As you know, I love delivering hot takes to you, and not hot takes like, oh, this is a controversial thing. Hot takes meaning low view count videos. 91 views, okay? This is piping tea. No one has seen this in the world.
When things are going well, when you are catching the green lights, look at your life and what's going on. What are you doing that is leading to more of your own joy or happiness? What are you doing that's leading to more success? Same as when things are going crappy, when you're catching red lights, so to speak. Look at what's going on. Sometimes we can change things in our own life that can help us start seeing more things that do make us happy. But have a look. Don't be afraid to have a look. Be curious about yourself when it's going well. Dissect that. Be curious about yourself when things ain't going that well. Because there's usually an answer, some things we can learn from both sides. Stay curious, man. If we do that, there's always something worth living for.
I'm grateful for my friends and family, especially for the people I've met and Just Keep Living. They always push me to be the best person I can be, and I'm just really happy about that.
Hi, I'm Sheridan, and I'm grateful for my mom because I think it was a year ago, my mom and my dad got a divorce, and even though I don't talk to my dad anymore, after everything, she's always been my main supporter and always has pushed me to do everything that I've been doing today. So.
How you doing? My name is Jordy's Barrios, also known as the Q Money in my school. I'm thankful basically for being here in JKL. Thank you really to JKL because I grew up in the streets. It was nothing easy for me. It took me out of the...
Oh, that's nice. As I cut it off. Okay, bye. Okay, that's good. I mean, I think the speech at the top of that was boring, but this is high school kids and it's a free program, so I'm all for that. The problem is taking that message, putting it on a mastermind that we talked about on a ClickFunnels, and then sneakily tricking people into signing up for exorbitant bullshit phony classes. That's my problem. This is all good. Keep doing this. Stop doing the new stuff. Is my suggestion. Okay. So that's that. There was something else I saw too, but I don't know. They're all kind of blending together too. And I was also watching the Cole Sprouse video a little bit. And so if we have time, which it looks like we might have time, we'll watch that a little bit. And I have to say, just as another little foreshadowing, that's the word I was looking for, foreshadowing. I like Cole Sprouse and Dylan Sprouse. I did not have any opinion of them at all before hearing that they might have something interesting to talk about for the channel. You know, I knew who they were, obviously. But now researching, I'm like, damn, I like them. So I don't know if I'll get the same reaction as some people thought maybe I would give. But I like Cole's kind of personality just based on what I saw and what I read. Okay, Matthew, we're just going to watch a typical, Matthew McConaughey motivational speech. Okay, this one has This is why you're not happy. Or should we? Yeah, that one sounds good. Or this one is 5 rules for the rest of your life. Matthew McConaughey motivational speech. The speech that broke the internet. That's tough. This one I think is the one that I watched. Unironically, University of Houston speech back. Yeah, this would have been around the same time I watched it 4 years ago. But I don't necessarily want to watch that one. Let's see. It's between this one, 1.3 million. This one, 16 million, where he looks like the guy from American Psycho. Or the one that broke the internet. Let's do this. Why you're not happy. This is from Absolute Motivation. It has 1.42 million subs. So this is not a hot take. But here it is. McConaughey. Okay.
We've all got 2 wolves in us.
Oh.
A good one and a bad one.
No, I don't want to see his footage. I want it to be a speech directly from the heart. So let's watch this one. Let's just watch it. We'll see how it goes. We don't have to watch the whole thing.
Can y'all hear me?
I need the raw, the real, the unscripted, the unedited version.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me? Okay. Congratulations, class of 2015. You guys and gals and young men and women are the reason I'm here. I'm really looking forward to talking with y'all tonight. You heard my dad played football here, and I believe he even graduated from here. That was some extra incentive for me to come.
He thinks. So his dad had a heart attack when he was fairly young and died. And his mom, I think, is in her 80s now. And he talked about in an article that I read that his mom and dad had like a passionate, hot and cold relationship where they got married 3 times and divorced twice, I believe, to each other. And they would have sex like after a huge fight. They would be like hating each other and then they would like have sex. So he was talking about that too in one of the articles I read, and that his dad actually passed away while having sex with his wife, which I thought was sort of like, oh damn, he had a heart attack and died unexpectedly, sort of. And his dad was like a big inspiration to him and like his, reason for doing the things he's done. And it happened right before he got his first role, I believe. So just sort of a interesting story.
Short and sweet or long.
And he was a college football player.
And salty. A sugar donut or some oatmeal. Now, out of respect for you and your efforts in getting your degree, I thought long and hard about what I could share with you tonight. Did I want to stand up here at a podium and read you your rights? Did I want to come up here and just share some funny stories? I thought about what you would want. I thought about what you might need. I also thought about what I want to say and what I need to say. Now, hopefully, we're both going to be happy on both accounts. As the saying goes, take what you like, leave the rest. Thank you for having me. So before I share with you some what I do knows, I want to talk with you about what I don't know. Now, I have 2 older brothers. One was in high school in the early 1970s. And this was a time when a high school GED got you a job. All right, and the college degree was exemplary. My other brother, Pat, was in high school in the early 80s. And by this time, the GED wasn't enough to guarantee employment. You needed a college degree. And if you got one, you had a pretty good chance of getting the kind of job that you wanted after you graduated. Now me, I graduated high school in 1988, got my college degree in 1993. And that college degree in 93 did not mean as much. It was not a ticket, it was not a voucher, it was not a free pass go to anything. So I asked the question, what does your college degree mean?
Nothing.
It means you got an education. It means you have more knowledge in a specific subject, vocation. It means you may have more expertise in what your degree is in. But what's it worth? In the job market, out there today, we know the market for college graduates is more competitive now than ever.
Now, some of you already have it.
I have a feeling he does a lot of things with a teleprompter, to be honest. Like, I think, and this is honestly coming off way more stiff than I remember. I mean, it's quite long, but seems a little, very much rehearsed. And I think he is reading it. And he reads it in his cadence that sounds natural, which it makes it sound more digestible. But yeah, I think he does read even like the poem that he was reading about, like, come to my YouTube channel and you can be a lot to handle. I think he was reading that too.
Job lined up. You've got a path where today's job is going to become tomorrow's career. But for most of you, the future is probably still pretty fuzzy.
I don't know. I guess like this, like I said, this is a long thing, but like he goes over like different rules and stuff like of life, like do this, do that. And I remember being way more inspiring. I don't feel very inspired right now. I mean, it's only 2 minutes in, but still.
You don't have that job that directly reflects the degree you just got. Many of you don't even have a job at all. Think about it. You've just completed your scholastic educational curriculum in life, the one that you started when you were 5 years old in kindergarten up until now, and your future may not be any more clear than it was 5 years ago. You don't have the answers, and it's probably pretty damn scary. And I say that's okay. Because that is how it is. This is the reality that many of you are facing. This is the world that we live in. And while I'm not here to discourage you or in any way belittle your accomplishments tonight, which I'd like to applaud that one more time. You graduated. All right? Now, I'm not here to be a downer on that. Let's get that straight. But I am here to talk brass tacks. I want to skip the flattery and the attaboys, because I do know this. The sooner that we become less impressed with our life, with our accomplishments, with our career, with whatever that prospect is in front of us, the sooner we become less impressed and more involved with that and these things, the sooner we get a whole lot better at doing them. So
I think he's very impressed with himself. Okay, I'm sort of bored of this. I'm sorry, everybody. I thought this was going to be motivational. This was, I think, actually better, a little bit more interesting. This is the New York Times. I love the New York Times. Okay, they can do no wrong. Just kidding. They do wrong all the time, but I think they do pretty good profile pieces for the most part. Okay, this is him talking about his book, Green Light, which I think is his way of becoming a self-help guru. Now, in this article, it says that explicitly he's not trying to do that, but I just find it to be hard to hard to say that it's not written in a self-help style, I believe, from what I've heard. And he has a journal to go along with it for your thoughts. Like, that is the typical self-help style, but it was written in 2020, so sort of decent timing, I suppose. Okay, so he wrote a poem back in 1989. The writer called it a lopsided verse, which I thought was pretty harsh. Lopsided. The poem is, I think I'll write a book, a word about my life. I wonder who would give a damn about the pleasures and the strife. So that's what he wrote back in 1989. Now that poem, rendered in its creator arcane handwriting, appears at the start of his autobiography, Green Lights, which Crown will publish on Tuesday. Thank you, Mai. Mai says $5 catnip for Taro. Thank you, Taro. Where are you? Taro was. I put on Instagram that I got her this donut house. It's like a cat scratch board thing, and then it's like a little house on top. It's so cute. And now I just found that there's a donut cat scratcher that is like a donut shaped, and they can scratch on it. So I'm gonna purchase that soon. So I will put that $5 towards that donut cat scratcher device. Thank you, Mai. I appreciate it. And for that I say,
you have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
That's the only motivation you need, Mai. Okay.
I do not give a fuck.
That's what Taro says about this stream, because she's long gone. Okay. Yeah, the arcane handwriting is a McConaughey classic. Thank you, Mike. Is McConaughey classic, that handwriting. He has it on all of his social posts, so it seems. Okay. The book offers a shotgun seat to all the LIVIN that McConaughey has accumulated from his upbringing in a tumultuous Texas family to his ascent as the ruggedly serene star of Magic Mike. That's the least famous movie I've thought of him. And McConaughey, who turns 51, so that was in 2020, so he's like 53 now, I'm assuming, or 54, maybe. He enjoys spinning some of these personal yarns, not necessarily because they sound cool, but because he believes they reveal certain universal and teachable truths. Yeah, I think that's how he feels about his life. Like, everything he's done is a lesson for others, which is a very #relatable thing in this space. To that end, Green Lights is filled with homespun wisdom that McConaughey has wrung from his toils, travels, and that time he got arrested while playing bongos in the nude. He has fortified his remembrances with the coinages and maxims he dutifully recorded in decades worth of personal journals and which continue to spill naturally from his mouth. I think it's cool if he actually does journal that he used that in the book. I would find it surprising, but I guess if he has a poem from 1989, I guess he would have had that recorded, I suppose. It is a book that is constantly evaluating itself and its reasons for being, much like its author. He acknowledges that he entered into the project both eagerly and warily, looking to use his celebrity for the opportunity to tell his story in his own idiosyncratic way. Quote, I get what equity I bring as Matthew McConaughey, however you see me, he said in a Zoom conversation last month. He spoke from a den in his home in Austin, Texas, wearing his hair swept back and a flannel shirt that was only partly buttoned up as he peered into his webcam through a pair of horn-rimmed eyeglasses. If it's a straight memoir, he stressed the second syllable with an unexpected French flair. So I guess if it's a straight memoir, as a publisher, you could sell some books. What he hoped to produce, he said, was one where the words on the page are still worthy to share if they were signed by anonymous, but at the same time, be a book that only McConaughey could have wrote. If you refer to yourself in the third person, I find it very shocking that you don't have a huge ego. I'm sorry. Like the bestubbled dude you have seen whooping it up at the WWE matches and sermonizing in luxury car commercials, McConaughey is alternatively uninhibited and self-serious. Yeah, he's definitely self-serious. I get that vibe. He is comfortable referring to himself in the third person and dismisses any suggestion that he has stumbled backward into his professional success. As he told me, he knows there are people who think, gosh dang, McConaughey just eases right into everything. The guy doesn't seem to have any bumps, doesn't get hit crossing the road, he said. He wrote Green Lights partly as a corrective to this perception, to show how much effort it has taken him to get where he is. His perception box has been altered. What do you have to say about that, Elizabeth Koch?
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
But McConaughey wants readers to look beyond the bold-faced name on its cover and focus on its fundamental message. No one can escape hardship, he said, but he can share the lessons that helped me navigate the hard stuff. Oh God, not the hard. Like I say, get relative with the inevitable sooner and in the best way possible for myself. Codifying his beliefs and putting them down on paper was one test. The next challenge comes as McConaughey releases Green Lights into a world that feels increasingly unsettled and dismissive of value systems. One where, like millions of Americans, he and his family have spent the past several months spent trying to outrun the old COVID, as he put it. I'm still continuously testing and updating my philosophies practically daily, he said, and I can do better at a lot of them. Well, that's good. Some acknowledgement that things are changing and growing and you can change your mind. I think that's a good idea. As McConaughey tells the story, his youth was dominated by his father, Jim, a former college and professional football player turned pipe salesman who was married 3 times to and twice divorced from the actor's mother, Kay. The book's first chapter dramatizes a scene from 1974 where McConaughey watched the couple fight ferociously, his mother having broken his father's nose with a telephone while he brandished a ketchup bottle before his parents had sex on the kitchen floor. I mean, it sounds interesting. It sounds brutal, and as McConaughey told me, this is the reality, but there's humanity in that reality. Jim was tough on his sons too, but McConaughey, who was the youngest of 3 brothers, said, I wouldn't give back one ass whooping I got for the values that are ingrained in me. I would give them all back. Not that I got whooped, but I just don't, I think people say that, I'm like, I think you probably learned your lessons in many ways, and I don't think getting smacked in the face was the best one of them. but I digress. When he reflects on his parents, McConaughey said, the love was real, the passion was real. A few days after McConaughey started filming Dazed and Confused, Jim died of a heart attack while making love to Kay. Kay, now 88, said in an email that as she raised Matthew, she did not necessarily expect him to become an artist. In fact, that subject was never brought up. I thought he was going to be a lawyer. Even so, she said that she often observed Matthew jotting things down on small pieces of paper about what someone had said or what he thought about what was being said or a way he saw life. Having read Green Lights and seen how Matthew depicted her relationship with Jim, Kay McConaughey said, it was a rocky and passionate love affair we had, but I do wish Matthew would have told more of the stories about me and his dad's love, affection, and commitment to each other. Still, she said she regarded her youngest son as a fundamentally forthright person. What has remained consistent in Matthew's life is his honesty and being true to himself, knowing who he was and owning it. So maybe he just got lucky and just plays all characters who are based on him in real life. That would be a pretty fun career, I would imagine. So he recounts how he landed his breakthrough role as the likable sleaze Wooderson in Dazed and Confused by tracking down the film's casting director, Don Phillips, in an Austin bar and charming his way into an audition. And this is the audition. I will say, I don't mean to be like focus on looks, but he is like extremely attractive to me in this.
From the top?
Yeah. Hey man, whose car is this? You know Bobby?
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Say, man, you got a joint?
No, you want?
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
There you go. That's his interview or his audition for Dazed and Confused. A few years later, the not yet bankable actor mounted a successful campaign to persuade the director Joel Schumacher to cast him in a leading role in his adaptation of A Time to Kill. To McConaughey, stories like these illustrate how he is not content to merely let life happen to him. It happens for him. It's always been obvious to me that I do not have a laissez-faire attitude. It's a state of being that I work at continuously, daily, and I break a sweat to get it. So I think that's good. I don't know. I have no real negative comments to say about that. I think manifesting by sitting at your house and believing and paying a guru money to do things for you or to tell you how to believe in yourself, I think is a waste of time and energy. I think also times have changed though, and I think it's almost an old school mentality to be like, it's almost like your dad or mom saying like, well, did you go into Google and give them your resume? Did you ask the manager of Google? Like, you're always on that. You're always Googling things. Why don't you just work for Google? Like, it's a little out of touch. Like, okay, so back in the 80s back in the 90s, 80s, whatever, I don't know when the movie came out. 2000? I have no idea. But when he was there at the bar, somehow tracked this guy down and did this, which is kind of weird to begin with. Can you replicate that today? Is it just hard work that you're not putting in? Or have things changed and like that is a part of a larger picture? That'd be my only critique. But I think, you have to make it work. You have to put work in to get output. I agree with that. Longtime colleagues say it's even more than that. Despite the agreeably disheveled image that McConaughey projects, they see him as someone who is perpetually preparing himself for opportunities and actively steering himself towards them. I think that's so too, based on his Salesforce $10 million a year gig and his now current Tony Robbins gig, which I think is probably paying him multiple millions, I would imagine. As his friend Richard Linklater, who directed him in several films, including Dazed and Confused, explained to me, people underestimate the utter intentionality of what Matthew's done. He's really good at going from A to B to C. He's got a plan, and he's just brave enough and brazen enough to do it. So I would imagine, given that analysis by his friend, A, actor, B, author and thought leader, C, governor, D, president. I think that's what he wants. But don't do it with Tony Robbins involved. God, that is his biggest mistake so far. Like, to do that, it just loses all credibility with me. Don't get involved with these scammers. Don't get in bed with them. Come on. Okay. The point of Dazed and Confused audition story isn't that McConaughey simply happened to be in the right place at the right time. He wasn't discovered in a bar. He went over to the guy who he heard was casting it. Matthew's always playing the long game. Okay, interesting. In Green Lights, McConaughey tells the backstories of some of his best-known roles, but he does not take a film-by-film inventory of his entire career. Nor does he share any particularly salacious details from his personal life when he was still a single man. Beyond a paragraph in which he writes, I wore the leathers, I rode the Thunderbird, I took a lot of showers in the daylight hours, rarely alone, I partook. McConaughey told me that while such scenes are generally staples of celebrity tell-alls, he felt that to include them would be in bad taste and bad manners. That's why bedrooms have doors on them. I mean, I agree. I think that's good. Also, this is so funny. I have a hammock in my backyard, and I'm like, that could be me. That's me right there every day. However, he does unhesitatingly share 2 different stories in which he awakens from wet dreams. You read that right. Where he saw himself floating downstream on my back in the Amazon River while surrounded by jungle life and African tribesmen lined up shoulder to shoulder on the ridge to the left of me. He interpreted these visions as subconscious exhortations to travel to Peru. So he saw Africans in his dream. He's like, Peru? Okay. Where he immersed himself in the Amazon, and to Mali, where he sparred with a local wrestling champion. Okay, so bizarre. Interesting. Sections like these shed light on the transcendental side of the author who is a practicing Methodist. I think he does that for the political stuff. I don't know. I think he would be all out woo-woo New Age if he didn't feel like he had to maintain that religious lifestyle. I could be wrong, but that's just the vibe. I don't feel like he comes off as like a typical Christian from Texas, but I think he's got to keep that going so that people don't go, you're a liar. Okay, he also describes himself as an optimistic mystic, forever fine-tuning his personal dials in search of further broadcasts from the universe. That approach to existence has sent McConaughey hunting for what he calls green lights, the traffic signals that mean go, which he prefers to spell as a single word, and which he believes take skill and acumen to identify. To conclude that life is all about luck, he said, is to surrender to fatalism. Quit letting yourself off the hook, McConaughey. If that's true, then run every red light. You've got your hands on the wheel. You're making choices. They matter. Okay, yes and no. Sometimes the green lights are not your choice. Like, the red lights in your life are coming from all different reasons, from, I don't know, society, your family, your health. You can't always just go, great, I'm going to go find the green lights. It's like, wonderful thinking, but not realistic, in my opinion. And here's the part about him not wanting to, he is not your guru, okay? McConaughey said he has no interest in being anyone's spiritual guru. That's what he said in 2020. I think that things have changed, perhaps. And did not approach green lights as a work of self-help. Friends say that, yes, this is really how he talks, and that his book is one more way that he is trying to express himself. It's his way of wanting to be heard on another level, Linklater said. It's another level of communication that you can't get in a role. Linklater explained that actors like McConaughey are vulnerable in their work. They don't have total control, he said. Even the most powerful actors, Denzel Washington, Daniel Day-Lewis, are still at the mercy of the parts they're being offered. Actors need these other outlets. Sometimes McConaughey dispenses wisdom in miniature pearls, like the beloved bumper stickers he has reproduced throughout the book that sport pithy phrases like, educate before you indict. I am good at what I love. I don't love all that I'm good at. That's a good one. And if you're high enough, the sun's always shining. If you shoot for the moon, you'll fail among the stars. And sometimes he expounds at greater length, like when I asked him how he appears to stay out of America's toxic culture wars and cultivates liberal and conservative fans alike. This is what I'm curious about. Where do you stand on the political spectrum? Does it matter? I mean, yes, if he runs for office, but I don't know if I necessarily need to know every celebrity's political leanings, but I'm just curious because he does seem to kind of have both worlds in some ways. I'm trying to keep in with it and not out of it, McConaughey replied. For those people who say there's nothing but yellow lines and dead armadillos in the middle of the highway, I say to you this, the armadillos are just fine because the right and the left are so far out, they're not even on the asphalt anymore. They're in the frickin' desert. Okay, so no comment? Ooh, hi. I'm scared. He gave a raspy laugh and added, man, I'll meet you in the middle. Getting green lights onto the page did not happen quite so swiftly. Crown had its eye on McConaughey as far back as 2015 when the actor went viral with the commencement speech he gave at the University of Houston. That's when we started watching. Structured around his aphorisms, don't leave crumbs, dissect your successes. A roof is a man-made thing. It's similar to Jordan Peterson, like clean your room, this is 12 rules for life. Like stand up with your back straight. It's like, it means more. You expound upon each one, but it's like a simple little phrase, a little tip to keep it simple so you remember them. A proposal that McConaughey later circulated to several publishing houses had less story and more of the lessons and philosophy in it. But in further conversations with him, Blake said that McConaughey did not need much encouragement to turn a retrospective lens on himself. Oh, you want to hear about me? Well, if you insist. We had a few in-person meetings where you'd ask him a question. He'd say, oh yeah, I got a story about that. And then we went back home and I wrote it all down. McConaughey said that he had already prepared for the writing process by reviewing the diaries and journals he kept since he was a teenager. He said he did not work with a co-author on Greenlights, but got some needed motivation from his wife, Camilla. All of a sudden, my wife was like, get in the truck, load up your food, water, and tequila, and don't come back until you've got something, he recalled. So bam, I called a friend with a cabin and hit the desert. Wouldn't that be nice? All these rich people with cabins out in the middle of nowhere. I want to go. I need more friends with cabins. Since then, McConaughey's wife and their 3 children have been living a sequestered life during what the actor calls COVID times. McConaughey said that he is a cooperative mask wearer. Okay, that's good. And social distancer, but he could not help worrying about reopened schools and sports events leading to a rise in infections. We may see this completely backfire, he said. It is both a propitious? I don't know. I'm bad at reading. And a terrible time to be plugging a book about how the experiences of a Hollywood movie star can improve your life. And while McConaughey has recognized himself for several weeks' worth of virtual promotion, his greater concerns are maintaining his family's welfare and keeping his own head straight. In some moments, he tried to alleviate his existential dread with humor. Everyone's in a bit of a pickle, and it's not a little gherkin pickle, and it's not a little gherkin, he said. It's one of those big 2-pounders you get at a roadside truck stop. Okay. Then he would abruptly describe the situation in starker terms. We're going back to our most barbaric selves, he said. But to use an adage that McConaughey might endorse, he tried to light a candle in the darkness and find some optimism at an otherwise dire time. Could this actually be a banner year where things got started, he asked, where we all got cleansed? A little evolution would be nice. I agree. Okay, so that's his book. So it's not self-help, but it could be written by anyone and still help you. All right, so was there anything else I wanted to make sure that I got there? Oh yeah, this is just a side note, but his wife was on that flight recently that had pretty bad turbulence and people got hurt. And she had here's the turbulence. She had a neck brace on. All the bread fell out of the thing. But I guess people were actually really hurt. She seemed to be okay. But she was on that flight that made national news. And then the secondary follow-up was that she was on it. And she also, this is a different thing. She's suspiciously fell down the stairs. I don't know if it's suspicious, but whenever someone falls down the stairs and hurts himself, I'm like, how? Have you never walked downstairs before? How does that happen? But maybe. This is where she had the neck brace on. Very stylish neck brace, I will say. It's pure white. She says, I'm okay, but don't fall, people. Don't fall. Ladies, hold your long dresses up or loose pants up when going down the stairs. Wind blew mine as I was midair. Pant fabric wrapped around my shoe and down the floor I went. A silly fall turned into not silly neck situation. Recovery time ahead. Interesting. I mean, I guess that's possible, right? Okay, and then here is... Well, we don't have to look at his house. He's got a nice property in Hawaii. He doesn't listen to the locals who say, don't come here. We want to save our lands from development. He's like, all right. I'll see you in a minute. I'll be building my compound any minute now. Surprisingly, this is only $7 million. 7.8 million Hawaiian Oasis. I would imagine this would be more expensive, but alas, it's not too shabby. Okay, what else? I'm just going through all my links that I pulled up from earlier. Let's see. How Matthew McConaughey became a man. Don't care about that. What is this one? Oh, yeah. So he went on a campaign because he's from Uvalde. And so he went to Washington and met with like 50 politicians after Uvalde happened and tried to talk about gun control and gun legislation on the side of controlling it. So he hired a PR firm, a lobbyist firm, to try to get that message more around. And he's never said conclusively that he will not run for office. It's been thrown around to him a lot. He's given like no comment every time, apparently. So, that's why I think it's probably going to happen at some point, most likely at the state level first, I would imagine, and then, at the national level. And then what was something else I was going to say about him? I don't know. Those are the big highlights. The biggest thing is the mastermind needs to go. Hopefully someone tells him on his team or someone in the world goes, yo, bro, don't do this again. But it's too late now. And I'm curious to see how much money it cost Tony Robbins and Dean Graziozi to get such a deal that he got with them. Because it's, like I said, on his bio, on his Instagram, in the link. And he has a pinned Instagram post about it and a YouTube video about it. That's got to cost. If he's getting $10 million from Salesforce doing full commercials, they got to be paying him like $20 million, which, hard to turn down, but also you're going to be president one day. You better think twice. Okay, let's move on. I loved that in a way. I think we'll have more to cover in the future. There's tons more videos of him out there, but I don't want to play too many. Let's watch. Now, someone let me know. Is there a full video of the Call Me Daddy interview? Because I only see the clips and then the actual podcast. Let me know. This is the Cole Sprouse story. Now, Cole Sprouse is the twin, as you probably have known, from Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. And, hold on, let me pull that up. And he also was in Big Daddy. And apparently he was in a cult, according to him. Well, as a child. But here they are. So cute. But I will say, once again, I went into this thinking I was going to hate him. I was like, oh God, like some pretentious asshole smoking a cigarette and like talking to this woman with a podcast. But then I feel like it's sort of an art piece. And maybe I will like live to regret that statement. But he's got a whole Instagram where he takes pictures of other people taking pictures of him. Now, you could argue some of them are not actually taking pictures of him. They're just on their phones. But he suspects they're taking pictures of him. But I do think some people are taking pictures of him. And so the fact that he's got these funny captions, I think, maybe I'm just pretentious myself, I don't know. And he's sort of calling out the culture of like, I'm a celebrity and you're taking my photo. It's weird. I don't know. I kind of dug it. So yeah. Where is that? It's called like Duel or something. Oh, breaking news. Weird. I just saw Heidi's got like a picture of the fam, including Dave. Interesting. Let's not go there today. We'll avoid that. But in case you want to go look at that later, that does exist. That's from Hawaii, I guess. Okay, where is Sprouse? Actually, while I get this up, hold on. I'll find it and we'll start watching the highlights of the interview. Then we can finish it, I guess, on the podcast. Okay, here we go. I only watched 8 minutes of the highlights, so maybe I'm missing a big point. And I think this person, I don't know. I know a little bit about the history of like the drama of Call Me Daddy. My old roommate used to love Call Me Daddy, and I was like, oh, give it a try. And I listened to it and I hated it. One of the things I remember them talking about when they had the 2 women, it was like, if you're not S-ing your boyfriend's D every night, he's getting it S-ed by someone else. I'm like, that is not true. Like, that's the universal law of men. I'm like, oh, right. Like, come on. That is just ridiculous. And to tell people that, like, okay, like, I don't know. It's just this old-fashioned way of thinking, like, yes, like, this is how life is for every single person that has existed. And, like, men are just dogs, and you have to, you know, get their attention. It's like, I hate stuff like that. I'm like, you like this? This is not real. Anyways, what did I say? Call me maybe? Call me daddy. Call her daddy. Call me daddy. Whatever. Same thing. I hate it. Okay, so now I did not love her style of interview questions. I think, I don't know. She seems like he would go somewhere, at least in these highlights, and then she would like talk about something else. I'm like, can you ask him about that, please? Like, I mean, that's like my concern with everybody, but I don't know. I'm just kind of, I don't like the style of interviews. Anyways.
What is up, Daddy Gang? It is your founding father, Alex Cooper, with Call Her Daddy.
Daddy.
Cole Sprouse.
Yes.
Welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you for having me.
Considering how private you are, I'm so happy that you're here because I'm excited for people to get to know you a little bit better. Maybe even have you talk about some things that you've never talked about before.
Sure. Let's go.
Okay, let's get into it.
No, I will say I really like how conversational your podcast is.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I think that that's missing a lot from the publicity space, that there's like this curation that I believe does a tremendous disservice to actual guests on something, and the conversational nature of just the podcast space in general, but particularly yours is really refreshing. My publicists are obviously not here.
Cole showed up alone.
They know that they have very, very little control over the lunacy that whatever happens on set. So they're like, okay, dude, he's just gonna be this whirling dervish. We might as well just let him go.
Ice rolling dervish. He's such a theater kid. That's what it sounds like to me. And I don't know. Like, do I think he actually listened to her podcast? Probably not. But like, if you like that style, go on Joe Rogan. But I don't know. Getting a spot in Joe Rogan's hard these days. And not to say he's a great podcast host, but his is like the most conversational podcast probably ever. And was probably the one who created that genre really ultimately. Like I think Joe, maybe not. Obviously I could be corrected, but I think my understanding of like long form podcasts, like 3-hour long podcasts, started with Joe Rogan finding success with it at least.
I will say I love it because I've had people show up here with 20 people, and then I've had people like you that show up alone. Yeah. This is what I prefer.
I show up to a lot of things alone.
Were you like nervous showing up here at all?
I was nervous because my girlfriend was like, hey, this she's going to pepper you with some really interesting questions, but that's kind of it.
Shout out to Cole's girlfriend. We love you for giving him a little bit of a taste of what he's about to get on Call Her Daddy. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's go back to kind of the beginning. You and your twin brother, Dylan, were born in Italy.
Yes.
Why were your parents in Italy? And
why? Why were you born? Why twins? Why did you choose that for your life?
When did you move to the United States?
My parents were teaching out there at the time. They were part of this school/cult. I can't really figure out what it was. But
I tried looking that up for a while today, and I could not find it either. Like, what cult school was he in Italy?
My father was teaching physical education, and my mother was an art teacher, and we were living in Tuscany, and we were just born out there because it was romantic and sexy. And then we moved when we were very young. We ended up moving to Switzerland, and then my parents got a divorce, and my mother moved us back to the U.S. to like Studio City, between Studio City and Long Beach, and that's when we started acting.
Uh-huh.
Acting.
Okay. twins are a lot. Have your parents...
Okay, that question, I was like, he just said he was in a cult school from Italy to Switzerland, you know, whatever. Like, she moved you back here to act. She said, there's so much that like a good interviewer would be like, okay, hold on. Let's start at the beginning. A cult? What? Go on. Tell me more about that. She's like, okay, so twins? Twins, Basil? Twins? Twins are a lot. Like, okay, he had no choice in the matter. So I just thought it was like a stupid part to pull on to or like ask about. But yeah.
Never talked to you about how hard it was in the beginning? Like, were they ready to be parents and ready for
No. My father got a vasectomy immediately after he found out he was having twins.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they shared that with you?
Oh, yeah. My father and I have a very good relationship. He's very open about all that stuff.
No, he osmosisly heard about it in the womb, obviously.
So you and Dylan booked your first acting gigs before you were even 1 year old.
Yeah, with diaper commercials.
What did your parents explain to you as to like why you were auditioning so young?
Well, my mother needed an income. I mean,
They could not comprehend speech at the time if it was below a year old.
I think there's two types of kids within, you know, the child acting business. There's like the thespian children that choose to do it. And then there's the working class kids that, that in our case at least, twins are a great labor exploit because babies can only work for a certain amount of hours. So you double the time if you have two of them that look identical. So it was, I mean, it started really as a means to put bread on the table. And also.
It sort of reminds me of Jeanette McCurdy. Like, you know, they did it for, well, at least it sounds like, you know, Jeanette McCurdy was from, oh my God, what's the show? iCarly, thank you. Thank you to myself. iCarly. And she started acting, you know, pretty young and got a lot of gigs and did really well. And she wanted to do it, but her mom was really the one pushing her into it. And then it becomes, when you start to make money at it, then it becomes like, you cannot quit. Like, our family doesn't work, or our family now owns a home. And if you stop working, we can no longer afford this home. So the pressure at, you know, 10 years old is crazy. And I think that's like a lot of these kids end up, you know, not doing well in life. I had pressures as a kid to, you know, achieve in school and things, and it messed me up, I think. So for kids to have monetary pressures from their parents, I cannot imagine like how they would turn out. Of course, they would turn out effed up.
Also allow my mother at the same time to be a mother, but to make her main focus on her job, our careers.
I mean, it made me think kind of like Mary-Kate and Ashley.
It's a great example.
Yeah, because like obviously I remember on Full House, it was like you can just swap in each kid when it's like, oh, you're up on, what is it, like 5 hours you can work or something?
Even less. I mean, every year it gets a little bit more, but in most cases, a baby can only work like an hour or 2 hours.
When you think about that, like you as a kid being like pushed.
I wasn't conscious until this last year, so please go ahead.
Cole's like, I don't even know where I am.
I don't remember fucking breakfast, so.
No, it is crazy because I was like thinking about that of like the child labor laws of how you have a better way to monetize.
I too often think of child labor laws, yes.
And how do you feel about that?
See, I thought that was funny. I don't know. He's like, I also think of child labor laws. I don't know. It's my humor. I don't know. I like him. I'm sorry.
Cole?
I mean, to be honest, I get a lot of people asking me like, oh man, you really went through the gamut. Oh man, all this. But in very many ways, it was like, you know, the golden ticket from Willy Wonka. It was a great means to an end.
Okay, there's like a random delay or middle section. I don't get this video. Why?
Do you mind if I have a cigarette?
Please have your cigarette. Okay. You know what, Cole? Let's open the door.
I don't know. People are all cool about.
It's fine.
Everyone's smoking weed in like a studio,
but not a fucking
like,
cigarette.
Can I have tobacco? And everyone gets like this.
It's fine. It's fucking fine. I'm curious. Did you even go to like elementary school?
I did. It was off and on. it was in between jobs mainly, but most of my younger curriculum was homeschooled, which is great because, to be honest, I did not feel like I missed out on much. Everyone that talks to me about their high school experience, I was like, this sounds fucking horrible.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great, Cole. But I'm wondering, do you remember when you were in elementary school, like how did people treat you? Because I know you weren't famous, but like Big Daddy, you were what, 5?
Yeah, 6. And when we were kids, I don't think they really cared too much. Some of them knew that we were actors, but Dylan specifically was a huge bully. So our navigation through elementary...
Not to defend my man here or anything, okay? My coli. My E. coli. But he's not wrong. Like people like in restaurants sometimes or like on patios will smoke cigars as if it's like this wonderful scent that everyone will love to be around. And I'm like, cigarettes too. I hate it. But like, yeah, weed, like, oh, bring in the weed. Like, let's smoke. That's wonderful. It is sort of a double standard. Now, I don't like any of it necessarily. Like, I don't like smoke just generally, unless it's like a fire outside or like a fireplace. I've never been like I don't know. I just like to have my lungs clear. Like, I always feel like, oh, it's touching my lungs. I'm dying. So he's not wrong, but I think it's like obnoxious to smoke during an interview. Yes. Inside, yes. Like, can you hold off for a little while till the interview's over? So that is a little annoying. But she's like all for it. Like, yes, of course, totally. So I don't know. I guess he asked and, she said yes. So.
School and middle school, we were like fucking dicks.
Wait, how would he bully people?
He would beat them up. And then I became known as the twin that would come up and be like, I'm so sorry for my brother.
Wait, I kind of feel like that was your character also on Zach and Cody.
Well, I think the writers on Zach and Cody took a lot of cues from our actual personalities, but he was a real bully. And
your brother's like, what the fuck? Thanks, Cole.
Oh no, I say this everyone knows that he's a bully.
He's fine with it.
I don't know if he's fine with it. I think he's still got some stuff to work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
So how are the two of you different in personality? Like, if people don't know you, they just know your on-screen personalities. What is the difference personality-wise?
My brother's a lot more stubborn. I would say pig-headed as his brother, but he is very much a natural leader. Like, a lot of people respect his opinion because he goes into his opinions incredibly boldly, where I will sort of tiptoe and sense the room. And it's interesting. We're very, very different. And I think most twins get more distinct as time goes on. But we're still best friends. I mean, he lives like 10 minutes from me. So.
Do you guys talk every day?
Every day. Yeah, every day. It's very cute.
Very cute.
I mean, when I moved to Vancouver for Riverdale, it was probably the biggest amount of distance we've ever had between each other, and we felt it, man. It was sad. It genuinely made me upset.
So back to what you were saying about your parents split when you were...
Follow up, girl. Follow up. Why does it make you upset? What is it about your relationship that you must be close to each other? How did it feel when you guys were separated? Okay, so tell me about elementary school. Okay.
You were how old?
Ooh, I mean, I think before a year. Yeah.
Okay.
I only have one memory of them still together, for sure.
What is that memory?
Good. Oh, it was me riding on the back of my mother's bike in the little baby seat in Switzerland. And we were down this little bike path because, Europeans love that shit. And there were asps.
Okay. I don't get this channel. And it's like exploited for money and fame. Did they talk about that? No. This is called Call Her Daddy Clips. Where did everyone watch this full video? Is it just the podcast? Because I feel like everyone had... Wow, I got big. Everyone had the like clips. So he's got that. Cole Sprouse keeps going on podcasts. Where is it? I want to watch it. Interview. The whole thing? It's only 9 minutes. But he was also arrested at a George Floyd protest at back in 2020, which I thought was interesting. Okay. Where is it? Everybody. I guess we'll just have to listen to it. I guess we'll just have to listen to the podcast and listen to a million ads, probably. Commentary on it. How did they get the video? I need the raw, the real. The raw, the real. I'm looking. Call her, maybe. Call her daddy, Cole. Okay. Oh. Well, apparently Spotify's got videos now. Wow. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Okay, well, I could have checked that earlier, dummy.
Considering how private you are,
Okay, we're going to skip ahead. We already saw that part.
School/cult.
/cult. Okay, we were like, what, 8 minutes in? Oh, God.
This episode is sponsored by...
Wow, who knew that Spotify had those features? Okay, now it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to start checking beforehand. We're just silencing this ad for quite 1 second as I relax in my Longhorn Steakhouse field in which I am currently in. Everyone take one simple breath and say,
I happen to be an empath myself.
I happen to be an empath myself. Okay, we got another ad for quite some time. Okay, now we're back. Finally. Thank you.
Please have your cigarette.
Okay.
You know what, Cole? Let's open the door.
I don't know. People.
What? You can't see it?
People are all cool about.
It's fine.
Everyone's smoking weed in like a studio,
But
and then
not a
someone's
fucking
like,
cigarette.
Can I have tobacco? And everyone
Does it
gets
know
like
I'm
this.
streaming?
It's fine. It's fucking fine. I'm curious. Did you even go to like elementary school?
I did. It was off and on. It was in between jobs.
You can't see. Wait, you can only see it when it's paused? What is this technology? It knows that I'm streaming? I can't copy it? What the frick? Wait, can you see it? I can see it now. But when I click, you can't see it.
It was in between jobs, mainly. But most of my younger curriculum was homeschooled, which is great because, to be honest, I did not feel like I missed out on much. Everyone that talks to me about their high school experience, I was like, this sounds fucking horrible.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great, Cole. But I'm
actors, but Dylan and I, Dylan specifically, was a huge bully. It was sad. It was genuine.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead.
on
Why
different
can't I see
pages.
it?
At what age did you recognize as a job to put food on the table for my family? Then there's other people that are like, I want to be an actress. I want to be an actor. Like, you didn't really have a choice. Are you in any way
Guess we'll just listen.
resentful of your parents that they put you in that position so young?
No, I'm not. My parents did not come from too much. And I have now been granted a life of primarily financial stability and surplus in very many cases. That is the byproduct of working for 30 years and sort of trading my childhood, but I don't regret it at all. I know that there's definitely resentment. There's definitely some things I have to work through, but no, if I were given the same choice again, I'd probably do it again.
I mean, that sounds honest. I don't know. I see it as I don't think it's going to come through, maybe because I clicked away for a second. But Angela Arnold, thank you so much. Angela Arnold says, Kia, you are going to marry Cole Sprouse. You know, you never know. You never know. I'm putting out the vibes, you know? I'm putting out the vibes to Cole Sprouse. I'm just kidding. I'm spoken for, and so is he. But you never know. The universe is a magical place. Maybe in heaven. I don't know. I'm being weird. Okay, sorry. This is what I have to say to you, Angela Arnold. Oh, I can't say that. Well, let me pick a different soundbite.
I couldn't tell the difference between salsa and Cocoa Pebbles.
Also relatable. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm here defending my man. Once again, I think that answer was good. The part I'm turned off by is the smoking. I don't like smoking. But he's stressed, guys. He's stressed. Come on, give him a break. Give him a break. We haven't gotten to the part about the cult that he was supposedly is in currently, because we heard about the parents' cult. No, what about his cult? That's what I've heard about. And his cigarette is like this small now. He smoked it really fast.
World, I feel like, can be pretty rough.
Thank you, Angela, by the way. Thank you.
Rough to child actors.
Sure.
And it's not fair, but I do feel like we hear more sad stories than happy.
Sure.
Were your parents ever...
I'll like close caption it for you. So right now he's taking the butt of the cigarette and like going like this in the ashtray, and I'm not joking. That's what's happening.
Checking in to make sure that you guys didn't go down a dark and dangerous path?
Absolutely. I mean, my father primarily.
Okay.
My father's like my best friend.
Yeah.
He's a really, really solid dude, and he had such a rough upbringing that I think he was able to recognize empathetically when my brother or I were going through something.
Like, can you give us an example? Like, take us back to, like, you're in Zach and Cody,
Sure.
right? And you're going through it. You're working at Disney Channel. What is your dad saying to you guys in those moments?
You know, funny enough, I get asked about Disney a lot because I think a lot of people want to sort of poke the bear and see, you know, how atrocious the channel was. By the time my brother and I got to Disney Channel, we were good. It was a huge boon to us.
Okay.
It was in very many ways a life-saving show. It provided us with an amount of stability and consistency and routine that really was needed for my brother and I at the time.
Everyone has had a different experience there. I've had former Disney stars on, and
Yes.
every single person's recount of what happened to them or what they felt from it is very different.
Yeah, that's interesting to me too.
Why?
Because a lot of those kids came from privilege. You know, I find that a lot of the times it's much easier to complain about the business approach of a larger studio when you don't need the money as much. You know, it's really.
Cole, honey. I'm disagreeing a little bit. I mean, I'll hear him out, but I feel like it's not really fair to say, well, you can't share your story of being victimized as a child because you came from privilege. And it's not necessarily the business practices that they're bringing up a lot of times. It's like sexual exploitation and child abuse and drug use. And it's not like, oh, you know, they were supposed to pay me double overtime. I only got overtime once. You know, that's kind of a different thing. So, and he also says he's not from privilege, which may be true, but it does seem a little odd that his parents were like in Tuscany and Switzerland and in Culver City or wherever he was, Studio City in Long Beach. Like, sounds like you had money enough to go around there and your parents were like school teachers. I feel like I'm missing something. Like, why were you in LA? How did you get there? And it costs some money to take your kids on these auditions, to get them agents, to get them in the door. It does take some privilege to even attempt to be a star in Hollywood. So the fact that they did it so early on, I'm interested to know more about what their actual background is, but we'll see if we get there. I don't know.
Really intriguing, like when you approach this career as a sort of passion and you're starting to learn the language of these major studios, and the language is always money, you start to become discontented. But if you start from a working kid background and you're like, yeah, this is money, baby,
right?
You're not as surprised or discontented when your boss or the studio chooses a money-based approach to your career. And I'm not delegitimizing anything they say. It is no doubt, it is already incredibly conflicting to be a child hoisted up to the criticism of an entire nation and also be working 9 to 5. But I think, you know, I think it's important if you're learning about someone's own history, to know the historian and their background. This Nepo baby argument, as an example, has been, in my opinion, something my brother and I have been talking about since we were kids, but it's now just recently become a hot topic in the public. And, you know, this is a major...
Are they the first people to talk about Nepo babies?
distinct...
Are the twin babies the first Nepo baby discussionists?
This nepotism or elitism has existed within the industry for a very long time. And I find it's a lot easier to complain about the philosophy of a boss, like I mentioned earlier, when you come from a position of privilege where maybe you don't need the surplus as much as another child does.
You mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a rough take. I'm finding it harder to defend, because it's like, well, if you are poor, you probably wouldn't complain as much. It's like, yeah, probably not. But is that the world that we want to like insulate and protect and maintain? Because, well, you know, you're from privilege, so you just bitch more. It's like, okay, there needs to be a follow-up, like, this is the truth of it, or how I feel like you're able to say, you know, you're able to come out with your accusations if you have money to back you up. Because if you come out with your accusations and you have no money, you know, no safety net, you're putting yourself at risk. Okay, I get that argument. That's true. Okay, but he's almost on the other side of it. It's like, well, you shouldn't complain because only people who complain are the people with money. It's like, yeah, but that's not because like they're the only ones who have a problem. Like, I just feel like he's missing the point, because he probably maybe is from privilege as well. He doesn't quite see it the way that other people see it, perhaps.
When you got the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, it was a lifeline. Because I was asking you, like, how would your dad keep you guys from going down that bad path? So prior to Sweet Life, where were you two at mentally?
Oh, man, I don't think I've ever talked about this. Because in very many ways, I was lucky for it not to be discussed. But when my father was given forced custody, we had pretty much lost everything from the youngest parts of our career. That would be friends and Big Daddy and a lot of that. My mother was an incredibly wonderful and artistic woman, but she was financially the most irresponsible person ever. So we really didn't have much. We moved in with our father, who, you know, was a very blue-collar dude, and we lived underneath this wonderful Russian couple named Helen and Vadim in, like, the back of their house, and little baby Nikolai. Shout out little baby Nikolai. You're probably quite old now. The prospect of the consistency of just the money alone was life-changing for not only my brother and I at the time, but also my father. So my father was in big support of...
Again, it's like, okay, yeah. And, like, where's the interesting relevance? Like, oh, yeah, getting this job was a lot of money, and it changed our life. Like, yes, anyone who doesn't have a lot of money, $1 million plus contract, $100,000 is a lot of money. I'm, like, missing, like, this is a unique case situation that I need to explain in this cadence.
Of this ball that was already rolling down the hill, you know what I mean? And he was guiding us with a very gentle but firm hand towards a sort of moral compass that I think was needed for who I am today. My brother and I, you know, in very many ways, we tried to stay out of trouble. We were a couple dorks that were far more interested in playing video games and Warhammer and our sort of board game stuff with our friends than going out and partying and stuff. And we also, you know, we were 13 but looked 8.
I was going to say, they were like 10 years old. Why weren't you guys in the LA party scene with Paris Hilton? We were 12, ma'am.
I was 16 and I looked 10.
With this
I had
hair.
a bowl cut, and, you know, I looked like a little Dutch girl. It was incredible, and I think that kept us out of a lot of trouble.
It was phenomenal, let me just say.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back. Don't worry.
Now that you have the hindsight of that pretty pivotal moment for you with your family, how does it make you feel now?
About what?
just your mom losing all of the money that you worked for and then having to.
I don't blame her. She's human.
Okay.
I think in very many ways, we are all more or less durable to the trappings of success, and everyone has their own personal navigation through that stuff. And I think I think if anyone knew the kind of woman she was, they could have said it would have gone the exact same way. I am remorseful in very many ways that she wasn't able to get out of it, but
He's no longer smoking cigarettes, by the way. And if you're just joining us, welcome. We're in the void because Spotify has this mystical technology that does not allow, I'm watching the video on my monitor, but it is automatically blocking it from streaming, which is crazy. So we're just listening to it, and I'm watching it in real life so I can explain, which there's not much to explain. He's sitting in a chair. And it used to, when I paused it, it used to stop on the video. But now it's stopped doing that. And he's no longer smoking a cigarette. He is cigarette free. He still has the ashtray near him.
But I don't blame her at all because she's a human, and even more than that, she was an artist.
Yep.
So I think it's very funny because artists now, now we're holding them to a very, very high standard just publicly, but most of us only join the arts because we're pretty fucked up. This place is like a vortex, man.
Yeah, it is.
We joined the arts. He joined the arts at 1 month old. We joined the arts because we're fucked up. But not you, because you joined because your parents forced you to do it. Interesting. I saw that clip on TikTok, which was like, cringe. Which I tend to agree, yeah. I think it's good that he's forgiving his mother for blowing their money. It seems like he's honest about that. I think that's probably a good way to handle it. Would I handle it like that? Absolutely not, but good for him. Sounds like he's settled on the idea.
You get into this stuff because you're probably a pretty arcane person just to begin with, and I think I don't blame her in the slightest.
Yeah. How did booking The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody change your life?
Money. Straight up.
Didn't you already ask that like 10 times?
I'd love to say it was a more complicated thing, but the financial stability, my father Dylan and I, we moved to our own house a year afterwards. And that gave us the kind of freedom and the base, the foundation in order to feel more at home and to lock in our private sphere of existence and to continue from there. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the money was fucking great. Yeah.
Can you take us through what was it?
I feel like at least he's being honest. What was it like? Well, it was an experience for art. It was no, the money was good. It was a Disney show. It was consistent work. We got to buy a house. That's what it was.
Day on set.
Yeah, it's awesome. It was great. I remember complaining around the water cooler as a child, but I look back now as it's the easiest gig ever.
Tell us.
So Monday was...
She's drinking an empty glass with a little straw very cutely. Tell us. That's what she's doing. And he's got his finger on his mouth with a ring on it, and he's thinking about what he's about to say.
A table read day. Which meant the whole cast and the producers and the writers and some of the crew would sit around a large table and we would read the script for the first time. We do a very light rehearsal. Tuesday would be our crew run through. So we would do the whole thing on the stage from front to back in front of the crew and the writers, and then they would take their notes. Wednesday was a producer run through, so we'd have the execs from Disney come down and they would watch the episode live, as we were performing it on stage. And then Thursday we would shoot half the episode, and Friday we would shoot the other half in front of a live audience.
Did you guys have fun?
Oh, we had a great time.
I can imagine how close you obviously are with your brother, the two of you, and because you said your characters kind of were able to.
And because you guys are twins, did you guys telepathically share lines together?
Morph a little bit to your personality. You did have very
and
distinct.
vice versa. I mean,
yeah.
We adopted quite a bit of that, of who they were as well as we aged.
Who was your friend group at Disney? And do you still talk to anyone?
Mickey Mouse, Goofy, Pluto. I dated Minnie for a minute, you know. Donald was my agent. It was a good time.
Ooh, I was a fucking asshole on Disney, man. I was a really angry kid.
Okay.
I was a super angry kid, and I think it.
He was like 13. I don't know.
In the most cliche way, like angsty teen, angsty kid possible.
Rich.
I was atheist at the time, and I was doing all my Dawkins and Hitchens and all the kids were Christian, so I was like really getting off to like the debates. And that's a fucking annoying kid. That's a really annoying kid. Just like,
what is he now? That's what I want to know. Follow-up question, please, lady. I don't know her name. I'm sorry. Daddy girl. Daddy woman. Ask him, what are you now, though? Because he says, I was atheist then. So what are you now? I'm curious.
I'm sure you guys knew one of those dickheads back in the day. That was me.
You're like poking the bear.
I was poking the bear.
So you weren't wearing one of the purity rings?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. In fact, I was so vocally opposed to that stuff that everyone, I mean, the kids thought I was quite radioactive, as I recall. I mean,
he's now clutching the ashtray.
You know, I was not, you know, I was not the most popular fellow.
Did Dylan make friends?
Oh yeah. And
Dylan's an idiot.
Girls and all the girls loved him too. I was so upset.
Is he still friends with Disney people?
I don't think too much of us keep up
anymore,
but I think that's the nature of all of us growing. But you know, I saw Miley as an example at I think Jimmy Fallon a little while ago, and it was a really nice little reunion. It's like, you know, it's like high school friends that you graduate with, and you see them every once in a while, and you're like, oh, we used to be so close, or something like that. I don't think it's more complex than that, though.
I love that Dylan started as the bully in elementary school.
Everyone loves the bully. Contrary to popular belief. Yeah, girls love the bully, at least in high school.
I guess if he's like a harmless bully. I don't know.
Now, Dylan's taking a sip of his Coke or whatever drink from the straw, the glass bottle with straw.
Dylan was, I don't know. I was an intellectual bully, which was fucking lame.
Yeah, but those are kind of the worst.
It was the worst. I'm saying to you that I was a total piece of shit.
When you look back at that version of...
That's good, though. He's self-aware. That is the worst type. You think of like, okay, high school, like American high school movie about, you know, high school life, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And there's the typical bully and like the nerd and the jock and whatever. The jock bully is always like the same character. It's like they're into sports and they're mean and they're going to throw you against the locker or whatever. But in reality... And the nerd is like so nice and, you know, oh, I just care about reading and whatever. But in reality, in my high school experience at least, the people who are nerdier, like very into, you know, whatever, like video games at the time and anime and stuff, they were the meanest people possible. Like they were so mean and they would laugh at you. And because I was very involved in like prom committee. Well, I wasn't on prom committee, actually. I boycotted prom committee. I went to prom. Twice. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Forgot. Call me daddy. But I was like in homecoming committee and I was like in student government and I wanted to be very involved in everything. And so when you would be bubbly and involved in everything, they hated you. And if you were trying to be nice or something, like they would just go, or like, oh, I like your shirt or whatever. I don't know. They'd be like, it's not a shirt, it's a poncho. I'm like, okay, sorry. Like, I thought, okay. And I was, you know, not bullied necessarily in high school, but like, I thought watching stereotypical American Pie TV and movies that, you know, people who are like bookworms and quiet were going to be nice to me. In reality, they were not. So shame on me.
Cringe. I cringe hard because imagine it's one thing if like the guy looks cool. No, I had a bowl cut. You know, that's horrible.
I remember watching the show and being so like obsessed with you guys. And then when I got a tiny bit older, I was like, they need to cut their fucking hair.
Yeah, you were fucking right. I wish you had just sat us down and been like, dude, get off this thing.
But I loved it. My brother had the same swoop bowl cut.
That was all the rage back then.
When were you finally done paying the bills for your family?
Oh man, 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when I hit success with Riverdale, I've also like.
Okay, so he has his hand over in his shirt, his bare chest, his hand with his ring is currently in his shirt right now. Also, let's take a second break. He's going to talk about Riverdale. That's why he's famous currently. To watch or to look at his Instagram. Now, this is his separate Instagram. This is not his main Instagram. Excuse me. This is where I fell in love with Colin. Cole Sprouse. It's called Camera Duels, and it's an Instagram dedicated to the people out there who secretly take photos of me and how I take photos of them first. May the fastest camera win. Okay, so has 5 million followers. He's following one. I'm assuming it's Susan Boyle. I thought it was going to be him. I don't know. He's got, as much as he's pretentious, I feel like people like this I prefer than someone who's fakely trying to be down to earth. Does that make sense? Like someone who is pretentious but sort of owns it and like wears the open shirt and the rings. I'm just like, you know what? Okay, thank you for showing up and being yourself. Showing up. Show up as yourself. This is someone who is actually showing up as themselves. So if you like self-help, this person is a great example of what you can be. So that's somebody apparently taking a photo of him, which I guess is true. And the caption is, more interesting than Cole sits on picnic table throating sandwich long shot is Cole sits on picnic table throating sandwich selfie, and thus the over-the-shoulder duel doth commence. With half the duelist's face looming godlike on part of the frame, the most flattering angle for a YouTube thumbnail, this shot revolves around placing me in deep background inconspicuously. Out of the many dueling postures, I believe this one to be the most bold. Not a care in the world from the duelist. No etiquette, no regard for others, just the raw euphoria of a chance encounter captured on a busted iPhone camera. A pretentious child star safari. And I, the elephant that never forgets. That is a good ass caption. I've got to say, it has depth. It's thoughtful. It's funny. It's a view of the world that I align with. So I'm biased, but I find it to be like, I don't know. It's like, oh God, I sound like such a wacko. It's like turning the camera or turning the conversation on its head. Like, you know, celebrities are being photographed all the time. Now a celebrity is photographing you and explaining it as like, this is what they're going for. And I'm putting them on blast or like almost publicizing them. Ironically, it's just, to me, I'm like, this is the stuff I live for. This is the stuff I don't shit on as much. I'm like, I might not agree with it. I might think it's weird. I might think the guy's weird. I might think the cigarettes are weird. But like, at least you're doing something original, unique, and interesting. Like, we need more stuff like this that's interesting instead of like, life doesn't happen for you. It happens through you, to you, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get out of bed and be your best self. Like, I'm sick of that. I need like something like, you know, table throating sandwich long shot. I love it. I love it. Okay. Next one. Here's at the United counter. Since the creation of this account, the skeptical hordes of naysayers have risen from their talkie-covered bed sheets to comment, quote, this person was just looking at their phone. So here we are again with yet another example of a duel, to continuously mount evidence against the silliness of their keyboards and to further release the existential steam that's building in my head. As this account is ultimately just the same joke over and over again, told in a bunch of different ways, it's refreshing to have a unique environment for a duel ever so often to really spice things up. Tucked behind the check-in desk at the Vancouver International Airport, a long-distance duel took place with the United attendant. Always wanted to join the Mile High Club. Never imagined it would be an employee trying to fuck me. There's a kind of fidget, a shift in energy one makes when they are ready to duel. I'm no goop king, nor even a proper astrologer. I know enough about the zodiac to get me laid on the West Coast. Oh, God. But there is a pheromone the human emits that triggers the spidey sense before a duel. And while you, the precious viewers, don't receive the whole context of the discourse leading to the duel, if you were to see it in person, I guarantee you would sense it too. Looks like this attendant needed a better coach in the business of dueling. Just winging it doesn't fly with first-class duelists of my altitude. So before you get checked, just carry on. Don't get put over your head. Genius. I love it. I love it. I'm sorry. Now you know a little bit more about me and what I'm into. I only talk about things I hate, but this is something I like. Here's one that I thought was so funny. This guy's got the flash on. It's so funny. Okay, here's one. An advanced technique betrayed by an amateur mistake. There are times when you feel like the antagonist and times when you feel like a character in the background. And while I'm sure I could sit here and write to you of the bubbling fury I felt deep in my man womb, how much easier it is to simply liken my emotional state to the woman behind our fair human heat lamp. The fog of war stare, arms folded in resignation. I'm actually impressed with the phone call technique. Nothing new to me, a cynical master of the paranoid arts, but nonetheless advanced. A shame the tact was shattered by an automatic flash feature burning deep into my soulless eyes the image of a fallen man on the precipice of the void we call social media currency. Hashtag ad. I love it. I'm sorry. That's good. That's good. I haven't read an original fucking thing on social media in so long. When I came across this today, I was like, thank God. Like, I know my standards are low, but man, just to read something that's not, seed oils are killing us. Fluoride is the worst. It's like, oh my God, I can't. And like the news has been so like horrible lately, and it's just, I need a break. And that was a nice break. Okay, back to it. Back to call me daddy. Back to call me daddy? Maybe? Okay, I'm going loopy. Sorry.
Like, I love my father
It's so weird. This is a video on my screen. Oh my God, technology.
very much. My father, put a lot of his
How
life
dare you?
on hold in order
kidding.
to ensure that my brother and I were okay. And I owe him a lot for that.
Mm-hmm.
And if that comes through financial conversations, then so be it. Like, I want to get my dad the fucking car he wants. I want to get my dad the house he wants. I want to make sure he's all good. It's just my father, my brother, and I in our family. So, I mean, that makes it a little easier for financial stability. But, I don't really mind.
If you don't agree with my beliefs on Cole Sprouse, then unfollow me. I'm just kidding. I think I am going out of control a little bit, but it's okay. We're allowed to go out of control.
Unfollow me.
But thank you. I appreciate you giving your true opinions to me. I also very much cherish that.
What else is it for?
Yeah.
I like you once you realize the lifestyle you want to acquire financially, like, I don't think there's anything more noble than taking care of your family with the financial independence that you've been given.
So are you don't have a relationship with your mom?
Not at all. I mean, in truth, she lost her mind. It was I think it was the consequence of some weird alchemy of addiction and mental instability, and it's probably the greatest wound in my life. And also the greatest driving force for my continuing in this industry. But I miss her. I miss her a lot. She was an incredibly beautiful and artistic woman. Every once in a while, she'll reach out to me, some weird hieroglyphic text, some macabre, Lovecraftian text that I try to decipher and try to pinpoint where she is. But we have a very, very challenged relationship. And
Interesting. As someone with a strained relationship with my mom, I can sort of relate to that. Not really Lovecraft macabre style. I don't really understand the reference because I'm dumb. But yeah, having like your mom text you weird stuff and you're like, I don't even know what she's doing anymore. That's sort of what I experience as well. So relatable. Thank you, Mackenzie. Mackenzie says, hasn't changed since his infamous Tumblr experiment. What is that? I don't know that. I need to look that up. Famous Tumblr experiment? Okay, Mackenzie, bring in that hot tea. This is for you, Mackenzie. This is how I feel about you.
The best, goodest, good girl you ever met in your life.
I gotta look that up. And Molly Henry. Thank you, Molly Henry. Molly Henry chose a Shiba dog with sparkles in his eyes saying my hero. Who's your hero? Me? Woman Daddy? Or Cole Sprouse? Or the people taking pictures of him in public? Let me know who's your hero. And for that I say,
I am not problematic.
Okay.
Okay, Colt.
True. Okay, Cole Colt. Macaulay Culkin. Okay, I'm being insane. Okay, let's look up Cole Sprouse Tumblr. The big Cole Sprouse social. Okay, Cole Sprouse's. Okay, we're on Know Your Meme. Yes. Know Your Meme. Okay, sorry, hold on. Know Your Meme. Okay, so we're going back to 2012 here for this one. On September 26, 2012, American child actor Cole Sprouse, best known for his work, blah, 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 launched a Tumblr blog titled Culture Concept, Culture. He tweeted about it twice that day, asking his followers on Twitter to use his blog as a platform to discuss things that matter. In its beginning, Sprouse featured some of his own photography works on the site, but soon became preoccupied with answering fan questions. In March 2023, Sprouse appeared on the Call Her Daddy podcast and smoked a cigarette, once again engaging discourse about his Tumblr experiment. Okay. And on the Kia's World live stream, compliments of Mackenzie B. We should add that. This cat from Tumblr. Oh my God, TikTok. Okay. I love you. Is that okay? His, no, that's fine, of course. Okay. Notable development. The same day that Sprouse unveiled his Tumblr blog, the child actor's fan site Sprouseland linked to the blog in a post. Throughout October, Sprouse continued to interact with his fans on the blog by answering user-submitted questions and even posting photos and audio of himself per request. On October 23rd, LiveJournal gossip blog Oh No They Didn't, this is so meta, oh my God, posted screenshots of Sprouse's blog post, which was positively received with more than 300 comments. Oh, 300 comments, wow. From the LiveJournal community. On the following day, celebrity news site Crushable reported on Sprouse's blog, detailing his witty reactions to being discovered as a celebrity and citing a post in which Sprouse stated he loved Tumblr's likes and reblogs in the same way I love a nursery filled with kids who defecate on themselves. Okay. On November 18th, Sprouse published his last Tumblr post featuring a photo of himself with his hair over his face, one hand over his heart, and the other in a two-fingered salute, along with the text explaining that he had accomplished his goal of running a social experiment through the micro-blogging platform and that the account would be removed. The post gained nearly 18,000 notes in the first 72 hours. This announcement was followed by a series of tweets shown below, further explaining his project as a way to see how people would react to the idea of being observed. Oh, God. Okay. Well, the Tumblr results are in. I suppose I've given this enough time to fester. The goal was to see how a group of people reacted to a suggestion of being observed. Some of you guessed this. Good job. I never actually stated you guys were part of an experiment or project. Go back and read the final post. You guys forgot about everything I said in my previous post, jumped to conclusions, and changed your disposition to me. Interesting. I don't understand. Even if I did conduct a report on this, which I'm not, you think I would do it without your permission? I love you too much. Not really. You guys reacted exactly how I thought you would, gaining nothing from what I said and acting like I betrayed you. Success and shame. I don't know you. You don't know me. People have the capability of being nice and mean. Don't blindly follow someone. Okay, wait. I haven't finished reading this, but I like it so far. Just that one specifically. I don't know you. You don't know me. People have the capability of being nice and mean. Don't blindly follow someone. Good advice. I had fun. I hope you did too. We laughed. We even cried tears of baby angel. So remember the good, not the bad. P.S. I will not be making another Tumblr. All people who say they are me are lying. Endless rage. Cole M.W. Sprouse. And then I realized I might actually be evil. Okay. Though Sprouse's tweets were soon deleted, he left one post intact with a link to George Michael's 1984 hit single Careless Whisper. Okay, then he deactivated the blog. Shortly before the deactivation of his Tumblr account, the blog Collector Concept Archive was created by his fans to archive every post Sprouse had created. Following its removal, an unknown Tumblr user picked up the same URL and continued to field questions from Sprouse's fans while impersonating his character. More discussions about his blog and reactions. Okay, interesting. So he posted the same day Sprouse tweeted an image macro of a small gray animal sitting... Okay, that's a possum. A small gray animal sitting in a box of pastries with the caption, "Do what you must. I have already won." Referring to Percy Bysshe Shelley's 1818 poem, Ozymandias. Oh my God, this is so heady for me. It was retweeted more than 325 times. Okay, that's nothing. Him smoking a cigarette.
You had a relationship with a castmate on Riverdale. How did you navigate a breakup with someone that you work with?
Ooh, it was really hard. I know we both did quite a bit of damage to each other.
Why did the relationship end?
Okay, well, there you go. I like the highlight of the parasocial relationship. I'm a fan of that. Interesting. A little meta for me. The poetry and such is a little much, you know. A real working child would probably steer away from the poetry, but you know, hey, we all got different depths and mine's just shallow. So what can I do? Okay, let's watch a little bit more. We're about halfway through, so I don't know. We'll see how much more we can tolerate.
And I think before she had been lost to whatever madness she's currently in now, she really believed that I could be the best. Mm. And I think I still do it for her. That version of her, whatever that version of her was. To kind of keep her dream alive. Mm. Whatever that dream is.
Do you and Dylan have conversations about it?
Kind of. It's a huge wound for the both of us. Yeah. Huge wound. So I'm just, a guy sitting in a buka-wool chair with some mommy issues. One of many of your guests, I'm sure.
Oh, I was going to say, sadly, it's this is life, right?
True. Self-aware king. Okay, sorry. Also, let me just take a second to... this is another interesting part that you must know about Cole Sprouse, my boyfriend, my boo thing. I'm going to now call forever Cole Sprouse my boo thing. Hold on. Where did it go? Oh, underneath. Okay, so he went to college after Sweet Life. And, okay, there's two things I like. One, that he went to college. And he majored in geographic information systems in archaeology because his grandfather was a geologist and he was interested in earth science. Okay, I thought that was random and cool that he was doing archaeology digs. Okay, wait, post-university, where is it? Okay, that's his young career. He also worked at a comic book store called Meltdown, which I thought was also pretty cool that he had a normal job. So he went to NYU in 2011 after deferring 1 year. Initially interested in studying film and television production, he decided to enroll instead in the Gallatin School of Individualized Study, pursuing the humanities and in particular archaeology. He graduated alongside his brother in 2015. Sprouse worked briefly in the field of archaeology, participating in excavations and performing lab work. He specialized in geographical information systems and satellite imaging. During his studies, he performed summer digs in both Europe and Asia. While engaged in his undergraduate work, he unearthed a mask of Dionysus on a dig in Bulgaria. Isn't that weird? Okay. Okay. That's a good dinner story. Why don't you talk about that? Why were you talking about Sweet Life of Zach and Cody? How did you like the money from the show? Let's talk about the mask of Dionysus. And he also has an avid interest in photography. In 2011, he launched a personal photography website and took classes at NYU. He has shot assignments for major fashion publications, including Teen Vogue, blah, 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 Vogue, Sunday Times, whatever, who cares? And he was arrested in 2020 at protests for racial justice after the murder of George Floyd, which I also thought was kind of interesting. And he did a post about it, which was like, kind of like, yeah, I'm a white dude that's, you know, got arrested. The story should not be about me, but here we are. So, you know, Black Lives Matter. I was like, I mean, given the circumstances, that's probably the best response you can have. He seems self-aware. He seems like a mix of self-awareness and a mix of like utter, like unself-awareness, if that makes sense. Is he a Gemini like me? Both a little bit of everything all the time. Okay, let's keep listening. I feel bad about his mom. Like, I can relate, you know, not that I'm a famous actor or have any ambitions, but basically he was like working, or he was doing the archaeology stuff. And then he was like doing things in that field. But he still had an agent, and the agent said, Riverdale, which is the show about like the Archie comics it's based on, like Jughead and Bubblegum or whatever. I don't know. It was like the comics that you get at like the grocery store back in the day. And it's based on that. I've never watched it, but I heard it's kind of like camp, I guess. And his agent said you should audition. He did. He got the role. And he apparently, according to this article that I read, he was like the standout star. I don't know. I know he's in that one TikTok. I think that's him, where it's like, I don't want to fit in. I'm a weirdo. I'm weird. I don't want to fit in. So I think that's part of his acting from that show. Anyways.
Right? Yeah. Like, we all have our family shit, and I appreciate you sharing it, because unfortunately it's something that a lot of people experience, where like keeping a family together, it's way more rare than having a family that it's got its shit.
That's my problem too in my life. I feel like I'm self-aware to the point of like detriment. I've become self-aware to the point of where I don't even know anymore. I've become so aware, I've become unaware. So I relate.
Tried for very many years. I tried all the things that people said I should try, and the things that I felt would be best to try and get her out of her station or whatever it was. But you know what? Mm-hmm. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, man.
Just random music.
When I think about my...
Okay, well, I don't know if I care enough to listen to the rest. It's already been 3 hours. Maybe we can find a video version of like some highlights or something. Cold Sprouse. Let's watch this one. Cole Sprouse has always been cringe. Maybe this will change my mind. Maybe this will, what do you call it? Deprogram me. Like, how many videos of cringe can I watch to deprogram myself from my current opinions?
No.
Okay, we don't need the intro. Racism. Oh no. Okay, well, let's watch it.
Your brother knows what the people want, and that's why he posted dick. Oh hey, what's up weirdos? Cole Sprouse is many things. The inventor of Tumblr, a child star whose career has continued thriving to this day, a poet, an educated mouthpiece on the complicated topic of race. But cringe? That is one thing that he is... Now,
he's wearing a Frenemy shirt. Ironically or unironically, I need to know. Frenemies is related to the H3 podcast, and Trisha Paytas, who was they identified as a chicken nugget at one point. It's like an internet drama event, basically. So I wonder where he got that shirt and why he's wearing it.
Now, we could go and just watch some clips from his Call Her Daddy interview.
My brother posted his dick online.
And we will, but just that, I think, is kind of underselling the depth of his cringe. He also posted a lot of Jaden Smith-esque pseudo-intellectual poetry on Tumblr. And then because it was kind of cringe and stupid and people started making fun of him for it, he said it was a social experiment. So we're gonna look at some of that. And listen, I know who my audience is. I know who watches my videos, and me going against Cole Sprouse might be going against the family. But what if I told you that maybe Cole Sprouse went against the family first? So just go with me on this journey into the mind
say, maybe he's doing it on purpose because he's like trying to be like Cole Sprouse, but like he's wearing just as many rings as Cole Sprouse did, okay? You're wearing just the same amount of rings.
Sprouse. The year was 2012, and Cole Sprouse had the idea to open up a Tumblr culture concept. Pretty cool. Now, this was actually kind of a big deal because everybody grew up with him on Sweet Life of Zach and the Sweet Life of this. Everybody grew up with him on the Sweet Life on Deck. So for Cole Sprouse to join it and actually like be interacting and replying to his fans, it was a big deal. He became the soft little boy, the nice little good-hearted little boy who's a sweet boy. But now let's take a look back at it and realize he was also the cringe boy. Let's start with Cole Sprouse's revolutionary take on racism. This is so cringe. So this person posted on Tumblr, white boys that are students of anthropology are usually not students of anthropology. They're just assholes. Now, Cole Sprouse, who was studying anthropology in between the class breaks where he and his twin brother
He was studying archaeology, I thought. It's a different study.
would make out with girls in the NYU alleys. He was studying in between allegedly. God. Anyways, he decided to go out of his way and take this personally, which me personally, if I see a black woman posting something about race, my first instinct is to go, oh yeah, let me go give this woman a learning moment. Let's see, oh yeah, there's a black woman saying something about race. Let me take my white ass over there and correct her. Shut the hell up. Okay, so he said, if you're gonna make a critique on some aspect of anthropology, it's wait, we gotta do the Cole Sprouse voice. It's foolishly ethnocentric to start with a comment that further segregates and separates one group from the other. So I severely hope you aren't, 1, studying anthropology using your, wrong your there, Cole, but okay, using your clearly biased paradigms, and 2, judging my person based on your desired ideas. 3 is simply studying this field at all. I believe we need less thinkers of your design within it anyhow. By the way, you used a double negative, probably just a mistake. Correcting her grammar in a post where you used the wrong version of your Also, even if this account is a fake, the point is still anthropologically relevant. Bro said anthropologically relevant. Anthropologically relevant. He thought he was spitting. He thought he was.
Okay, this is a low bar start, but I'm gonna be Tumblr. Laura, we already did Tumblr. Okay, Twin Towers. Okay.
What, are you gonna pick the Twin Towers over the twin from Sweet Life on Deck? Thank you. I thought about that one just now, and I thought that it was really good. Equating 9/11 to the Sweet Life on Deck. I thought it was important. I just thought it had to be done. I'll be accepting my streamy now for Best Commentary Channel. Fuck you, Curtis Connor. Oh, I thought we were on good terms, Cooper. I thought we were okay. Hey, guess what, Curtis? Gonna get that little award. I'm gonna get it. How many times have you made a joke about 9/11 and the Cole Sprouse twins? I don't think ever. He posted this. He looked at this picture and he posted it.
This guy is no, Curtis Connor. Okay, no offense, person.
Moving on. Oh, this one's great. Cole, why do you post pictures of yourself with your thoughts on unrelated fields? I do this because this is what people want to see. And once they become hooked by visual temptation, they have a higher chance of reading the actual thought. Aristotle states, oh my God, you are telling me that people read this and ate it up. People liked this? People saw this and were like, I'm a fan of this guy. Are you kidding me? This is the most cringe thing I've ever... He literally would log on and only post cringe. He'd open up his little laptop and exclusively print out the most shit tier thoughts.
Okay, this is just a critique on this guy, and I don't know him or anything, but like, if you have to continually say how cringe it is, maybe I do this too, so I gotta be careful, but like, if you have to point it out, like, this is so cringe, how cringe is this? It's like, usually that is cringe, just let it speak for itself. A little bit. I don't know, I'm missing the point too a little bit. I'm like, I don't know, like a cringe, okay, cringe to me means like you're posting something and you're trying to be something that you're not. Or that's one part of it. And or on the other side, it's like you're trying to sell something hard and it's like cringe physically is like bad take, or this is annoying, or hard to watch, or whatever. I don't know. I know I'm biased, obviously, but like, he seems like a kind of a yuppie type of guy who, you know, is an asshole. Like, and thinks he's better than everyone else. He sort of said that in the interview. So I feel like, yeah, okay, that sort of fits his personality. Harry James Miller was the commentary I watched. Thank you. Okay, it's gonna come through in a second. Let's see. We'll pick Mize. This guy, he's wearing a frenemy shirt, so I'm already out. Harry James Miller. Okay. I'm like learning so much about these creators. Thank you, Mai. And before it comes up, it'll come up in a second. I just want to say this to you, Mai. Mai.
What up, homie?
What up, homie? Also,
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
and also,
Unfollow me.
if you don't think I look like a Lord of the Rings elf, unfollow me. Okay, here we go. This is Mai's choice. Harry James Miller on Cole Sprouse.
I don't own a large white chair, and neither do any of my friends. So I'm just gonna plop that down and see if that looks good. It looks fine when it's close to the camera, but I think once it's on the couch and I'm on the couch too, it doesn't really look that similar. I'm also pretty sure that in very many ways, YouTube community guidelines prevents me from smoking in the first 30 seconds of the video. I also don't smoke cigarettes, so that's not gonna happen. Hi, welcome back to my channel. We all know that celebrities go on daytime television, late night television, and now podcasts to seem more likable, more endearing, more like normal people. That's part of why that media ecosystem exists, to get people to like celebrities and to get celebrities to promote their projects so that people want to see those projects because they have celebrities that they like in it. The world goes round. If that makes it sound like I'm upset with this existing, I'm not. I love late night TV. I love watching clips of Drew Barrymore. She's so funny. There are probably too many podcasts.
Hot take. I don't really like Drew Barrymore's persona. I mean, okay, cringe. Sorry. I know she's a lovable figure and I think she probably does a good job of interviewing. But when she was like dancing in the rain on TikTok, I was like, okay. Did you guys ever know that it rained? Like, yeah, I get it. But like, it should have ended like 20 seconds before it did. That's all I'm going to say. Sorry.
That I listen to. I think there's a lot of good stuff happening in that space. Oh, we didn't talk about Z-Way? Come on now. And I like that now as I'm getting older, there are comedians and producers who are making shows more tailored to my comedic sensibilities. It's great. But we're not talking about that today. We're not talking about something that I like a lot. Because why would I do that? We're going to talk about something that I thought was bad. And that's Cole Sprouse on Call Her Daddy.
Cole Sprouse.
Yes.
Welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you for having me.
For those of you who are unaware, Call Her Daddy is a podcast that used to be hosted by two people on one podcast network and now is hosted by one person exclusively on Spotify. And that's all you need to know. $60 million.
Blaze Goddess says, I vote for another hour. Tarot? We'll see. We'll see if we can outlast. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and that does make a difference in my loopiness. So we'll see. We'll see, Blaze Goddess, okay? I have to say this to you.
I'm going to send you so much love and so much light and so much good energy today because I feel like you need it.
I mean that in the bitchiest way possible. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Blaze Goddess.
Podcast deal with Spotify. God damn. It seems like the podcast ended over contract stuff and it tore their friendship apart with it. You know how these things go. It's a podcast about sex and relationships, and with only the one host. Either Alex will have a guest on who she will interview about their experience with those sort of things, or if it's just her, she'll do a deeper dive into a certain section of that topic, like dating apps or something like that. Cole Sprouse is a former Disney Channel child star, known best for being Dylan Sprouse's twin.
Hold
on. That's a little mean joke right there. The two of them started a show called The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. As they got into their teen years, it was spun off into Sweet Life on Deck. Then they went to college, took a break from acting, and now Cole is in Riverdale, the highly popular, and that's the adjective I'll use to describe the show, CW series.
What is up, Daddy Gang?
I know this isn't really part of the episode, nor does it have shit to do with the words that Cole Sprouse is about to say, but calling your audience the Daddy Gang, very funny to me.
Epic. I agree. Okay, wait. I forgot to bring this part up. Okay. It's another argument as to why he's the best. Okay. Bear with me, everybody. Okay. Here's Cole Sprouse's Instagram. He posted this March 12th. So I guess right after he did this interview. Big recap. And then it says, this is who Cole Sprouse was trying to be. This is a character from SNL. Okay. Cole Sprouse on that wretched podcast. I just watched this video where Cole Sprouse is explaining how he lost his virginity to this older girl when he was 14. And this is how he looked at 14. Somebody jailed that girl. Yeah, that's part of this podcast that we didn't get to, but I thought was very odd that he asked, when he was 14, he asked a girl, are you DTF? And she said, what? And he's like, down to F. And then they had sex, I guess, on vacation, which is kind of crazy. And then Cole Sprouse with that cigarette, because he had this cigarette that was like this little. And he was like ashing it, trying to like smoke it more. And this is, just let it go, bro. It's over. How Cole Sprouse felt smoking that cigarette. So, self-aware king or cringe meister? I say the former. Okay. Thank you.
It feels very of its time. One thing you'll pick up on pretty quickly in this interview is that Cole Sprouse, who is dressed like the coolest 24-year-old at a high school party, he looks like the first guy cut from an audition for West Side Story. This is how a film bro who's a little too into La La Land and doesn't reciprocate oral dresses for a formal occasion. Sorry. One thing that you'll pick up on in this interview is that he thinks he's very smart. Whether it's his use of the word macabre.
Some macabre, Lovecraftian text that I try to decipher.
His malapropisms.
This is a gold rush, man. You gotta strike this vein.
Okay, malapropisms, though, is also a pretty macabre word. Just saying.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah. You know how ores are always hot? That's why you put them in a furnace, so they feel more at home. His turns of phrase that he seems too pleased to have come up with.
People join in on the Feast for Crows as this sort of cacophony of criticism, and they don't ever hold themselves accountable for their own behavior. In the show, Riverdale took off overnight and reintroduced me to this buffet of decadency that I had.
Or the sentences that have a lot of big words that don't really mean a whole lot.
And many, in that case, take to public sexual display, take to drug use, take to these means of investing the conversation of their life a level of adulthood that they are not being afforded by the public.
You can just talk like a normal person. That's okay too.
Okay, I don't know. Now I feel like because I like his takes on some things that I'm like pushing on the opposite side. Normally I'm like, if I don't like someone's takes, I'll go and try to like find the things I don't like. And because I like someone, I'm like, okay, I'm going to find the things I do like. So I feel like it's, I am a hypocrite for that. But I also think it's like, yeah, but he's not, I don't know if he's selling something. I don't think he's selling something other than watch the show that I'm on. So I feel like he's not, like, why can't he be himself? Like, it seems a little unfair. Like, if he wants to use big words because that's what his personality is, it's like, does he have to conform to some version of what people want him to be? Like, that seems unfair. Like, if he's trying to sell something, it's like, okay, you're changing your personality to appeal to an audience, to sell them something. That's when I'm like, I have a problem with that. But, like, because he wants to be pretentious, like, let him be pretentious. Let people be who they want to be, even if it's bad. That's my take, but I know I'm being, like, biased.
The consequence of some weird alchemy of addiction and mental instability.
He oozes guy who tried shrooms for the first time and has now discovered empathy and needs everyone to know energy. Like this sentence.
I don't know. That's not the vibe I'm getting, to be honest.
I
know a lot of people like that. And this is like someone who I don't know, maybe I identify with it because I feel the same way. I'm like, I'm smart, but like, the world's not set up for smart people. Like, that's how I think sometimes. And it's like, okay, relax. Like, you're like basically elementary level education, really. Myself, not him. But, it's like, stop taking yourself so seriously. But sometimes it does feel like that. Like, oh, God, if only people just, like, understood me better, I would be, better received, or I would feel differently about the world. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like someone who's trying to be something else. It sounds like someone who's, like, struggling to kind of be this weird person that they are. I don't know. Maybe I'm being crazy.
Very many ways, we are all more or less durable to the trappings of success, and everyone has their own.
Oh yes, please clown on him all day long. That is an accepted activity here. Please don't feel like you can't hate him or dislike him or joke about him. Please feel free. I just want to be honest about my feelings, not be like, I hate him, because I don't. Also, I made this on my free time. No, I'm just kidding. This is on his page. It's giving 2007. Yeah, maybe earlier. It's giving 2003 for me. What if I did make that and just posted it on my own page? Crazy girl. You crazy girl. Okay.
Personal navigation through that stuff.
Which just seems like the most self-aggrandizing way of saying even positive life changes change you. Which, of course they do. That's what changes do. He also smokes 4 cigarettes over the course of an hour-long podcast.
Do you mind if I have
That is excessive. I agree there.
a cigarette?
Please have your cigarette.
No, I'm fucking chill.
Like, I'm great.
I'm great. That probably most of my relationships were.
He's a marble light man. Therefore, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what that means.
Had a stronger sexual foundation than an emotional foundation. Thank you for letting me fill this studio with 4 cigarettes.
As someone who lives in New York, I'm not going to judge you for smoking a cigarette. I don't do it myself, but I enjoy when other people do around me. So what does that say about who I am as a person? But smoking anything during a podcast,
I'm a secondhand smoker.
is a little silly. If you're on camera and you need something to put in your mouth, besides your own foot, of course, the only things I want to see are a comically large lollipop they are just peeking out of every time you lick it, or a pipe that you're smoking like Sherlock Holmes, just going. But smoking a cig and making little figure 8s in the ashtray just makes it seem like you're trying so hard to be cool. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like now, 20 years ago, longer, 40 years ago in the 80s. I know I do that. Like everyone goes back like 20 years, like 1980. Like, no, that's 40 years ago. In the 80s, someone like that going on a radio show smoking and being like that would have been cool. I don't think that's cool anymore. Being cool is being what Matt McConaughey was, which is sitting on your patio delivering your message of positivity to people, on Instagram and selling them your journal. That honestly is the cool thing to do now. Him going on a podcast and smoking a cigarette, everyone knows that that's going to be cringe. Like, that's insta cringe, but he's doing it anyways. So I feel like, I don't know. It's more like he's just, I don't know. Like, he almost says he's not trying to be anything to me, but maybe I'm open-minded I'm misguided because I connect with the message of like the parasocial relationship thing is such a thing that like we don't talk about enough, I think, yet. It's still like people scream and cry. I mean, we've been doing this since the Beatles, since before that, and Elvis screaming and crying and, about at a concert. It's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. I've always found that to be completely odd. Like, there's people I admire for sure. There's people I really like. I would love to meet in person. I would go to a concert, whatever. But like, the attachment we get to people we will never meet. It's just such an interesting thing to talk about, and we don't talk about it enough. So the fact that he has a perspective from the other side, I just find to be completely interesting. Okay, back to it. Wish that their smoke alarm would have gone off at any point during the interview. That would have been so fucking funny.
Artists now we're holding them to a very very high standard just publicly, but most of us only join the arts because we're pretty fucked up.
Cole Sprouse began acting in 1993. He began being a human on Earth in 1992. You joined the arts because your parents wanted you to. You were a baby.
I agree with that as well.
A baby cannot choose. A baby cannot do it. A baby cannot even walk.
Dylan started as the bully in elementary school.
Everyone loves the bully. Contrary to popular belief. Yeah, girls love the bully, at least in high school.
I guess if he's like a harmless bully. I don't know.
This has got to be the most stereotypical dude brain moment. You're on a podcast hosted by a woman where she talks about sex and dating and regularly gives the woman perspective on those things. And you tell her what.
Okay, the worst takes in the world, though, again, like from what I've heard of that podcast, like the most misogynistic takes, in my opinion, where it's like I said, one of the examples that I heard the one time I listened to the podcast was like, if you're not like servicing your man nightly, he's gonna cheat on you, and that's a fact. Like, that's the type of stuff she says. So I don't know if it's like, well, she's a woman and she's telling the truth about women's perspective. Like, that's not my perspective. So just keep it fair, everybody.
What women want. Because you know better than she does. She's a woman after all. Then he talks about his mom for a little bit.
So are you don't have a relationship with your mom?
Not at all. I mean, in truth, she lost her mind. It's probably the greatest wound in my life, and also the greatest driving force for my continuing in this industry.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in.
But,
That line, I thought, that's on TikTok is funny.
I miss her. I miss her a lot. She was an incredibly beautiful and artistic woman. Every once in a while, she'll reach out to me, some weird hieroglyphic text.
Those are called emojis, Cole. They are all the rage. I think they're going to stick around. This next bit is not his fault.
I tried.
Okay, what? Come on. That was me. Literally that part where he's talking about his mom, like a hieroglyphic message. I don't think it means like she used emojis and he didn't understand what emojis were. It's literally like you're getting a message from somebody that like it doesn't make, you're decoding it. I think that's what he meant there. It seems like these are like, okay, I'm all open to criticism of him, but like take the right, I don't know. I nitpick and I go so granular that I have no rights to say anything, but
Tried for very many years. I tried all the things that people said I should try and the things that I felt would be best to try and get her out of her station or whatever it was. But you know what? You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, man.
But that hard cut to black and the epic music, trying to make it sound like he said a hard closing line when he said a pretty innocuous idiom. I didn't even mean to alliterate there. He's getting in my head.
So when I stumbled on that dragon sitting on a pile of gold, I didn't think twice about it. You know what they say. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
The
That's
best
not his
part
fault,
about
though.
making a video about an interview is a lot of the times the context for something that Cole says is just Alex asking him a question. So when I'm editing this, I can just put Alex asking the question, and then Cole give the response, and then you have all the context you need. Here's the next question.
I feel like at some point everyone experiences some type of mental health
Oh, yeah.
setback or
Not me, man.
What's something that you've worked through?
Oh, I mean,
Okay,
public
fair.
criticism, for sure. It's big.
Well, I didn't criticize him until after it was a known issue. So I'm good, right?
Most artists I know hear the criticism. Almost all of them do, myself included. And most of our natures will go, oh man, look at all these nice comments. This is wonderful. But we fucking will go to that one. It doesn't matter what it is.
You know what? I
Relatable.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Especially when the comments are directly below me and are one of the first things I see when I open YouTube Studio. But I think as a creative person, especially when you start getting paid to do it, you understand when a job is a job. You try to find some way to get into it, and you try and put your best foot forward, do good work, and maybe even you'll find some creative fulfillment from it. But we've all done things that we know are not high art. And then I put up the poster for Riverdale, or I show a clip from the show or something like that.
I dropped out in the 4th grade to run drugs to support my nana.
my Nana.
That means you haven't known the triumphs and defeats, the epic highs and lows of high school football.
I should say, I have not seen a full episode of the show Riverdale. I've seen clips online. Some of them even have Cole in them. And from what I've seen, it feels like most of the criticism of that show is pretty fair and warranted.
This actually makes me nervous. It's so cringy.
You could have put this clip before anything he said at all on this entire podcast, and it still would have worked.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, by almost every single one of my girlfriends.
Oh, man, that sucks. That sucks. I'm really sorry.
Hold on. Emotionally, yes. Very, very much. And my first girlfriend, physically, yeah.
Oh. So that is a different answer than the one that you jumped out with.
And I literally don't blame any of my partners for anything that has happened. Ever.
Got it. I wish Alex would have asked a follow-up about what he means by emotional cheating.
Yeah, I agree. Like, okay, what do you mean by that?
Because that's a line that's going to be different for everybody. I don't think exact details are needed, nor should they be expected. But I think it's an interesting thing that's going to vary from person to person. Is it flirting with a stranger? Is it confiding emotionally in someone who is not your partner? Is it a third thing? I don't know. I have answers for me.
Hand-holding.
But those are my personal answers based off of
physical.
my own life experience. I think that could be an interesting conversation about where that line is for Cole. Instead of following it up that way, she follows it up in the most call her daddy way possible by blaming him for getting emotionally cheated on.
Yeah, I was going to say not to put it all on you, Cole, but like if there's that theme of emotional cheating, I'm wondering if you've been able to find within yourself, like,
oh, totally.
Were you not giving
totally
open?
I mean,
if he's not going to blame the women, and it does have to be somebody's fault. Sorry, Cole. And here's where I have to mention that Cole has been accused of being the opposite of everything he says here. There's evidence that he is in fact the cheater, that he's the one who emotionally puts his partner through the ringer. It's not a case of fundamental incompatibility, like he says, but he's being the issue. There have been weird tweets where he sort of hand waves some abuse away. It's odd.
Anyone that points the finger at another person and blames the entirety of some sort of miscommunication on them is probably not doing the self-work.
And as we come to the close of the podcast, he starts
annoying.
talking about his relationship with Lily Reinhart. She's his co-star on Riverdale. She plays Betty on the show. They dated in real life.
Bubblegum
and their
Betty.
characters were also romantically intimate in the show itself. But Cole says a lot here about their relationship, way more than is appropriate for someone who you...
We should have just watched this in the first place. Thank you. We should have this gave this perfect recap, I think. We should have just started with this.
You are still working with. That's right. The show is still filming. He's going to have to go to set and see everybody after having said everything he did here on the podcast.
You had a relationship with a castmate on Riverdale.
Mm-hmm.
How did you navigate a breakup with someone that you work with?
Ooh, it was really hard. It was really hard for both of us. And that's okay.
We started off okay, so that's something.
I know we both did quite a bit of damage to each other. We were in a foreign city, working a very intense schedule, 14 hours.
A foreign city. It was in Vancouver. Sounds like they were like in, Thailand or something. We're in a foreign place of Vancouver, Canada.
Days, oftentimes 6 days a week. We really leaned on each other while also going through the elected trauma of this incredible overnight success.
And there he goes. I think he just thinks that acting in and of itself is a traumatic thing to do. To which I'd say, Cole, you don't have to do it. You can stop being an actor.
In very many ways, all the cliches about dating someone you work with are very true.
Do you think it lasted longer because you were working together?
Absolutely. If I had loved myself a little more, I probably would have left a little earlier.
Why did the relationship end?
I won't go into that too much, but I will say it was mutual.
Can I tell you something?
Please.
I promised myself today that if you fucking said the word mutual, I was going to call you out.
Yeah.
Someone had to have made the first step to end it.
I left. But to be honest, when you're in a relationship for that long and someone leaves.
That long? What, you're a 20-year marriage? Come on, that long.
It's not like someone's like, what?
It just all feels so gross. Especially the way that he's holding that cigarette so confidently.
I think in very many ways this was right before COVID.
So many ways. Number one, it was before March of 2020. Number two, see previous. See previous is my favorite robot from Star Wars. And then yesterday, Cole was on another podcast, The Diary of a CEO, talking about largely the same things.
I think there's two types of kids within, the child acting business.
Wait, he's in the same room? Is this a different podcast, same room? Was this a press podcast junket? What the hell?
It's like, the
No wonder he needed like 20 cigarettes.
thespian children that choose to do it. And then there's the
Oh, no, this is the same one. Okay.
working class kids. There were kind of two kinds of kids.
Oh, there you go.
Working kids, really. There was the kids that were doing it to put food on the table for mommy and daddy, and then like the thespian children, you know, like Mommy, I want to go into acting. So I'm just, you know, a guy sitting in a buka-wool chair with some mommy issues. And I won't go too much into that because I don't want to make this whole podcast about another young man in LA with mommy issues. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, man. I can watch my father go, hey, man, yeah,
maybe this is some sort of experiment, some social experiment. If he's using the same lines, the plot thickens. Oh, interesting.
you need to drink water at this watering hole, but you can't drag me there and make me drink. And this Nepo baby argument, as an example, has been, in my opinion, something.
Do you mind if I
my
smoke?
brother and I have been talking about since we were kids, but it's now just recently become.
Should smoke my Twix
in the public.
cookie
You know,
dough.
this Nepo baby conversation has been huge out here in LA. I don't know how big it's been out in the UK, but most of us forget that your 20s are pretty much almost primarily all.
Here, I can smoke my
Not mistakes.
brush.
Because, there's. It shouldn't feel regretful. But
This is me smoking
it's
a
definitely
cigar.
learning process. Petri dish. I truly believe that your 20s are meant.
Don't
to be
screenshot that.
A petri dish for mistake that you're supposed to learn lessons from.
And anytime someone goes on a podcast media tour like this, I get nervous because this is what Andrew Tate did. This is what skyrocketed his career. And like Mr. Beast did the same thing. And when Mr. Beast did it, he even said he was following the Tate model.
So basically, like with I would call it like the Andrew Tate model. Like he just went on a bunch of podcasts and the clips just went super viral on TikTok. And like the more you do, kind of just clicked in my head like 2 weeks ago. Like if you just go on a bunch of podcasts, people just post them on TikTok.
Yeah.
And you'll just get tons of views for no effort.
Putting aside, it is.
So what do we think about Mr. Beast? Canceled or do we hate him or not? I have no opinion. I've only heard here and there things like I don't know if it's real or not. I have not formed an opinion. Maybe we can talk about Mr. Beast at some point, but it's like overdone. I feel like everyone talks about him. Thoughts?
Weird. It is bizarre to go, oh, Andrew Tate, that's what I want to do. That's who I want to replicate the success of. Even before he was arrested like a goddamn bozo. To want to replicate Andrew Tate, it's weird, but it seems.
I think Andrew Tate's a horrible person, but I also think he understands exactly what we've been talking about, which is like the machine in which this whole thing functions, how social media functions. They are nothing without platforms. They are standing below everything with no power, and then it's comedians bringing them on, Joe Rogan bringing them on, everybody in the world, like, come on my podcast so we can debate or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I think there's value to that, but that's how they get attention. And then they attract, like, even if it's negative attention, they're still getting attention. And we all know by now that that is the key to making money and attracting an audience. Like any hot take political figures, the crazier, the more extreme they are, the more airtime they get. That is the key to success. Be in the conversation always. If you're willing to take the heat, like Andrew Tate did, think he's a horrible guy. Once again, he's willing to take the heat on that. He's going to profit. Now he's in jail. There's a whole other issue, but like that is not that's not his, he's not the first person to come up with that model. That's like an obvious thing to do in my eyes. Like, you have a horrible take on something, or you're willing to look like this, like extra, like I own my women, like, does he really believe that? I don't think so. Maybe, but like, does he believe that? No, but he's going to say it because that is going to get the most clicks, and the most people are going to know his name, and they're going to search him, and then he's going to get, sponsorships by these, like, off the cuff brands, these like rebel brands, and it's like, that's all you need. Like Liver King, same thing. He's so extreme now. His model was totally different, but what did he do differently than Andrew Tate? He went on everybody's podcast. He did social media coverage every single day. He did extreme, like videos, and he showed his body and all, like, to sell supplements. That's what it is. And it's like, if you're not caring about being judged for that, you'll probably profit pretty well, I think.
Like, that's what Cole's maybe doing. He did say that in his relationship with Lily, he felt he had to be a nurse.
I was a people pleaser. I was a people pleaser professionally. I was a people pleaser Romantically, I was practically a fucking nurse to whoever needed my help in very many ways. I'm like a nurse.
Calling yourself the nurse in a relationship when your partner had mental health struggles, definitely not a great look, especially in the year of our Lord 2023. I'm trying not to read into it too much. It's also just weird to go on multiple different...
Now, if you said I was like a therapist, is that acceptable? Or just nurse is too strong? I think nurse is strong. I think that's sort of a mean thing to say. But some people say that, like, oh, I was like a therapist to my friend, or I feel like a therapist to my boyfriend. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's hard. But if you're like, I was a nurse, it's like, well, buddy, a little strong.
Different podcasts and talk specifically about your relationships with specific people. If you spoke broadly about the past and specifically about the present, I think people would take a lot less issue with it. It's definitely different talking about things that didn't work out, especially with someone who's as prominent a figure as Lily Reinhart is. And it's about finding the line of like your own lived experience, which he did live through that relationship with Lily Reinhart. I don't think anyone's going to take that away from him. But your own lived experience versus not stealing away somebody else's. So by doing multiple podcasts like this, he gets to be the one to shape the narrative. And whatever she says about it, if she does say anything in the future, is going to be having to immediately start counter and all that stuff. Start counter. Let me say that better. Let me say those words in a more meaningful, impactful way for you, the viewer. By going on multiple podcasts, Cole gets to choose the initial way that people hear about their relationship. I'm not saying that Cole lied on either of these podcasts, but...
I think it's important, if you're learning about someone's own history, to know the historian.
Lily might feel differently about how the relationship ended, but now anything that she has to say about it goes up against the canon that he's created. Going on one podcast and talking about a specific ex-girlfriend of yours,
I just wonder what the point is. Is he promoting the show, or what is he promoting? Because I thought the show was over, or they canceled it now. So it's like interesting. Like, what is the point? He's trying to find another project, get in the news. Like, what is the aim here?
is a dumb, kind of mean, weird thing to do, especially when you're still working together and all that. But doing it on multiple different shows, it just like adds another level of malevolence to it. See, but when I use big words, it's in like a intellectual, stimulating kind of way, and not in the dumb, I'm trying to sound very smart way that he's doing it. I'm not trying to sound very smart. I just am. I also hate the titles and thumbnails that the Diary of a CEO uses. Mom sacrificed my childhood for fame. They wanted to kill my family. I can predict when you'll die. This is all just the consequences of living in a world where Darman was successful.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that's like Darman style, or like Jay Shetty style, or I don't know, any other dumb podcast. I will take this guy, I will take Cole Sprouse, I will take Matthew McConaughey, I will take all of them over Jay Shetty, over the Hollis, Rachel Hollis, like any day. Like, I think lately these people have been much less, not harmful is not the right word, but like annoying. Like the level of annoyance is like on a different playing field, different like league for me.
That's the whole reason those thumbnails look like that. The first podcast was bad enough, and then the second one really just gave me an uncomfortable feeling. I'm gonna hold the microphone here so I can just say this to camera. He said he hates pretentiousness.
If I can sense a kind of pretentiousness or condescension, that's usually something that will either take me to leave the room or confront another person about it and be like, hey, why'd you do that?
Has he seen Cole Sprouse on these podcasts? He used logos in a sentence, like ethos, pathos, logos.
I try to approach everything with a kind of logos that you know, allows me to think more clearly and calmly about what I do, which can be off-putting to some people, because not a lot of people like being met.
True.
With logos.
A thing you learn about in high school English class.
In very many ways, 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 but in very many ways, in very many ways, in very many ways, I was able to go through it with someone who was going through the exact same
in very many ways.
But also, in very many ways, 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 in very many ways.
Thanks so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, and you wouldn't mind leaving a like or subscribing, I'd really appreciate that. I had this whole ending where I was going to be like, oh, it's Call Her Daddy, which used to be just internalized misogyny and heteronormativity. And now it's just kind of flaccid and uninspired. But then he went on another podcast, and I had to really change gears. So, thanks a lot, Cole. I'm the real victim here. Again, thanks for watching this video. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I guess I'm weird. I'm a weirdo.
I don't want to fit in. Oh boy, that was something interesting. That was an interesting ride we took, I think. And I will reflect. Being live on camera, there's pressures from society, and I just, can I smoke? Okay. I just think that siding with Cole Sprouse seemed at the time like the best option. But upon further review, I've decided that I don't know him. And I don't know enough to make a decision because these people aren't in my life. Now, when he comes out with a self-help book, he will be on my shit list. Okay, this is stupid. All right. Well, this has gone on too long. I have to go and eat dinner because I'm going to be starving. In so many ways. What did he say? What was the phrase? In so many ways? Or what was it? Where was it? I'm looking it up. Anyways. In so many ways, I'm working, I've been busy with work. So, it's been a little behind. I need to do another episode of Offer Audit. I have 2 examples. I really want to do Grant Cardone's relationship retreat. It's like him and his wife are doing it. It's like $30,000 for 2 days. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. But there's like no information about what's included other than 2 days and you're at this resort and that's it. Like there's no information. So it's like, okay, what is the video going to be about? Me saying this is stupid? Like, okay. So I'm sort of waiting to see if any more information or like promotional videos come out about it. But then I have 2 other ones that are lying in wait. So as soon as I finish tomorrow, I have to hand in this assignment, this project. So once that's done and being, worked on by other people, my boss, then I'll have some free time. To work and to do those videos because I think those are fun and cool and different and a little bit out of the box from my typical content. But as you can tell, I'm trying to evolve, I'm trying to grow, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to improve on my ethos and my logos and my pathos and my dolos, my dollars. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I am. I think I need to, focus on my work and make sure I get that done so I don't lose my job. Because if I do, I'll have to go back and start my business over 100%. And that would be hard. It wouldn't be hard. It wouldn't be impossible, but I just have a much easier life now when I have a full-time job. I will say being a business babe is great. I love it, but I much prefer it in a part-time sense. I went to the dentist the other day, had not done that in 4 years since 2019. And that is quite a long time. And I'm glad that I did it. And I was putting it off because I was like, I don't have insurance. I don't want to pay $1 million. So I just waited. And I had 2 cavities. Okay. This is just me rambling. This is me on my call me Zaddy. I don't know. This is my podcast time. So tell me about the dentist. What did you think about the dentist? Well, when I got my filling, I had a filling here on one of my front teeth, which I was like, what? Okay. And she's like, yeah, it's just small. We're going to fix it. So they had to give me a shot right here in the top. Oh my God, like, not to freak anyone out. It's not worth like not doing it. You definitely should. It doesn't hurt that bad. But I had one here and they give you the shot. It hurts, but it's not like unbelievable pain. She's like, there's going to be pressure. And I was like, okay, whatever. Literally. And she's like, you might be stuffy. I'm like, what do you mean? Like my nose is going to get stuffy? Oh my God. My nose, instantly I was like, I could not like breathe basically. And so, cause I guess like because it's so thin there, it's just like your whole mouth gets numb, your nose gets numb, and it feels like you can't breathe. And I was like freaking out and they're like, don't close your mouth. Don't close your mouth. I'm like, That's a good representation of what it looked like. But, it got done. It was very important. I just needed to do it, and now it's done. And now I don't have to go back first. Well, I have to go get a secondary cleaning, a follow-up, because now apparently they're done in sections when you've been gone for so long. But then I'll be done for 6 months. And as long as I retain employment, I will be able to go again for not $1 million. And even with insurance, it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap out in these streets at the dentist. They nickel and dime you, man, for everything. But, good teeth health is important. Dental hygiene is of utmost importance. And it wasn't in my life for 4 years, but it should be in yours. And now you should buy my book called Dental, but with no vowels, like dental. The Kia's dentist story. Very riveting. Gripping tale. Anyways, all that to say, I'm working on stuff. I'm trying to be consistent and post content. I'm trying to move forward from my Hollisville past because it feels weird again still. Like, I don't know. The whole thing, I said what I had to say in that video that I made about Dave and all that, but it still has this lingering feeling of like it being weird. And I hope that we're growing, and I see a lot of familiar faces from the Hollisville days where I covered them much more often, and I'm glad that you've all stuck around. Now that I've supported a pretentious actor and disparaged a future presidential candidate named McConaughey, you may be gone forever, but I do appreciate you being here and supporting me and having fun and living and laughing and loving while we navigate these waters, navigate the harbors. That's sad. Yeah, and just so you know, like, I have complicated feelings about it all, and I'm not really trying to like share my guts right now about it all, but it's been a weird period of time. None of what happened involves me at all, but it's like, again, the parasocial relationships that have developed and not having anyone in my real life to talk to about it. It's been like such an odd experience. And I'm looking forward to having some time down the road to like recollect on it and think about it and kind of move forward. Because even in therapy, it's like, she doesn't quite understand, I'm trying to explain it like, this bothers me and it's important. And she's like, why do you care? It's like, you're right. I don't know. But I do know because it's like it's something that was very important to me. And, as much as it was like a snark thing, it wasn't, I was genuinely interested. So now that it's sort of like a taboo topic, it's just a weird thing. I don't necessarily like taboo-ness, but here we are, we're moving forward. We're getting through it. And I say we as in myself and us. You at home, only you. Anyways, so I'm going to sing my song. It's going to be a country song because we're in Texas. Duh. And videos will be coming out soon. I don't know if I'll probably cut the McConaughey video from this and post it with a little editing. I hope you're watching. If you haven't watched the whole stream and you don't want to watch the whole stream, I've been trying to edit some of like the main videos into like smaller videos, cutting out the boring parts and putting in the like little jokes and stuff. So if you've watched this already and you're like, I want to watch it again, but I want to watch it less and more edited, you'll probably have that option in a couple days when I get to it. Okay, time to sing the song. Thank you, everybody. And I appreciate you as per usual. And thank you and goodbye. Yeehaw! All right. Rainy Cannon. Oh yeah. I'm laughing at Jom's comment about my therapist hearing about Cole Sprouse. She'll be like, what? Who? Where? Just get over it, okay? And I'll be like, all right. Just kidding. She doesn't say that to me. Hey, Rainy Cannon. If your name was Shannon Doherty, or would it be Shannon Maharis? That's a friend I knew in college. Starry nights. Let's start a fight. I'll punch you in the face. A disgrace. To Nicole Campbell. She's too hot to handle. She won't fight. She'll be in fright. Like Canabay. Canabay? Canabay get $1? 'Cause I'll holla. Man, if it's 4 hours or longer, my rhymes get stronger and stronger. Hey! And Charlotte. Not a harlot. I hope that is okay for me to say. Angela Arnold. Don't get startled by my horrible rhymes. Happens every time I sing at the end of the show. Marley Hannon. Is your last name Shannon as well? Marley Hannon Shannon Doherty. Your Hollywood royalty. A Consul. Is your favorite princess Rapunzel? Long hair, don't care. Katie! I'll cut your hair for free, so you don't have to put it out the window to escape. And Joms. I will be telling my therapist all about you. To Mom. Tomorrow. In my head it sound better. And Tiffany. How about wee wee? Yes, yes. You are the best. And Chels Marie. It's almost 11:30 in Eastern Standard Time. But not for Alaska Blood Tundra. It's probably the next day or the day before, depending on how you look at the globe. Crystal G, do you love hugging trees? Like me? Well, we'll find out momentarily. Hey, Lindsay Walden. I feel like Walden has a lot of possibilities. Walden? But then I'm getting to it and I don't know what actually rhymes with it. Walden. I've been balled in. I don't know. I want to say Snowden, but that doesn't make sense. Kimberly Casse? What about Kimberly Cafe? Cafe. Gotta get that caffeine. Like Allison Wonderland 66. Add another 6 and we'll be putting the sticks up to protect us from the hexes. Brianna Nicole. I have stole Lynn $1 million from the pen. That's the penitentiary. Carasoto. What about me? No, about Carasoto. Don't be so selfish. But Matthew McConaughey said that being selfish is selfless. Oh, okay. Louise V. What about We once again. Saying yes is the best. And I guess the V could be 5. Are you Louise the 5th? Like a royalty? Heather Hope. She says nope. I'm not royalty, but I'm here for the tea. And hugging trees. Like Crystal G. And Dave Kelly. Hey! Wow. 3 for 1. It's so much fun. Like not Jenna Cash. We will not bash or throw it in the trash. El Cholo's kid. It made me hid. It might make me. No. I did hid. No, how do you say hid? Is there a way to say that you hid about yourself? El Cholo's kid, Google it and let me know. Cause I got to go. This song's almost over. And I got to go to my favorite pub, 4-Leaf Clover, to get a non-alcoholic mimosa. Cause I want the mosta. Orange juice, please. Delicious. I might dribble on my sleeve, but it's okay cause I'm wearing an orange shirt. Cause I just escaped out of the pen. A century. This whole song is coming full circle for me. And it'll never end cause country is the longest standing musical genre in the world. And we are gonna go into the end of time. All right. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Goodbye.